Are we back now? Hopefully we are back now. Uh, Very unfortunate. But I think we should be back now, hopefully, but I'll give it a sec and see if it drops frames or not. Hopefully it won't drop any frames. But should be okay now. I think. Should be okay now. Yeah. Alright, so should we continue our game? Where we left up. Alright, now. Can I go here now? So unfortunately, I have to know. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I like to turn my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can't stand that. Alright, give me some water. Okay. Mr. Sholmes, as always. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Madame Two Spells? Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say I'm quite spellbound with the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... That's right. I guess the mystery is solved already? Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alas. Do not disturb her. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Well, she'll find out soon enough. That, it is, real Mr. Sholmes. They really don't need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am launching to say hello again, but where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh? Wait, what? What is... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork Sherlock Sholmes. Did she? Susato-san! Susato-san! She passed out. She passed out. My most humble apologies. I thought I'd die and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand why you're working as a waxwork, Mr. Sholmes. Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow, as I predicted it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I am yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum, so how did you manage to solve it so quickly? But do I remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, after the telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction, as such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom note. Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean you negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Two-Spell at all cost. A young hungry Irish await my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Irish. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Absolutely. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Treber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harrowbraid and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning, but we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something about the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position of help to help. Yes, Jumper's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, personally I have a little to occupy myself and a little to fill my stomach. So if you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay? Which I do have, I think. Shams, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, state that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Indeed, and therein lies the problem. We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asoki. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can really assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster with it, Mr. Naruhodo. I could believe that the crewman person at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Present the picture. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Treber, the face of the engineer as we seek. Well, and all Englishmen look probably the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's spell one time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Yo, what up, Roxas? Sholmes, always the same as I see. He's always the same, indeed. Surely you need only to look at my expression to ascertain if this is a seriousness or silliness. I can never tell you with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Shillings? Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Alright, let's see this wax. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Dude. Through those heavy curtains at last. Alright, the facts. My guess the same look-alike. Examine. Let's go inside. 5 shillings we have to pay. It doesn't seem to write something that Mr. Shum slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills. Don't worry this exhibit, you will not forget it. Pickpocketing police officer and diddling detectives is just what makes Britain great. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Oh. Oh. It is, headless. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. We had a really big conference actually. We certainly can do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Alright, actually, now looking I'm a little more closely. We have paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling and detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Shums meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Shums heavily implied there be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? They're right there, I can see it. The eye. He has this eye. And that nuke on the left has the eye patch. Since we have paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. It's that fear of frustration that's making Susato's son's voice tremble. Examine this guy right here. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Can I see the face? Bro, come on. Can see his face very well, can't you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibit, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as what, don't worry. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it! A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Oh yeah, it's Enoch Trapper. Looks same alright. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. He's the professor! Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Looks a lot like the professor. Nah, he's not the professor. Whoa, don't tell me that though, Roxas. Could be a spoiler. Don't tell me that. The game will reveal itself, so don't tell me that. Why does the convict behind him have no head? It could be a kid on the bat, but please don't tell me it's not. The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't solved. Isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved? They're my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head to suit, Madame would say, or I'll be in a grave trouble. It was not spoiler, it was already said he can't be. But I didn't remember, but please don't say that though. He looks the same. I always talk like that, but I could be wrong, but please. Do you know though, something about this room is strange. Strange, what do you mean? Well, his plays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely could never really have happened, could it? think it's time I educated you a little. Okay. About the nature of this incident involving the professor 10 years ago. Alright, then let's go. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one of being either a member of their aristocracy or royalty, yes? All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound, how awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court. So you mean that the professor's identity? As you have surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lovegate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life? Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Trapper, he saw it happen? Whoa. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Trapper. 10 years ago. The convicted professor, having been shivered and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearance, I would say he was about 20 years old. Horrifying. 20 years old, huh? He's probably 35. Scared out of his wits, the young trapper ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight? Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you have seen, an exhibit was even created here at the Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand, it's like Kaneki, is what Mr. Trapper was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard, in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Following the execution, the professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It's a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact that the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too, the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life is forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parallel tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What? What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lovegate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Trapper must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then, that he should be reserved now, don't you think? Of course, that the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Trapper's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. True. Very true, very true. Wonder... This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to Madame Tussauds said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know too, looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So number 139. Oh, so this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine, but unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the mother has had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Shums absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. It's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned to the museum. That would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head was in return? The reason means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. Something caught inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Broken glass. Oh, ha, ha. So my guess, the head could be this. Maybe, who knows? It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glaze, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had spawned a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Oh, well, we have seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean exactly the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork jacket? Uh-huh. Nothing to see. Pretty much. Yeah, Crystal Tower only. Earlier in court we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork is just a coincidence. Oh, was there something? Smart. Okay, we read this. Camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera, but it's so small. Previous technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shum's skin print? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shum's invention as exception to a rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We just borrowed this for a little while, I think. Okay, we got the camera. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. We open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. Okay. And then let's see. I check the shower. What a large shower. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shower in the grave in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato. Yes, that's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose metal. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered troubles. Okay. I think that's pretty much... yeah. All. Oh! Oh, Gina. Oh, what the bleeding, Nora? Oh no, what have you gone undone? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Irish and she said this is where you'd be, so... okay. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Something wrong. There is no blade. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity, but I suppose this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the wax were isn't the actual person, so we never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh yes, you're quite right, of course. I think there's... Oh, there's blood on a wonderful machine. You really have glove contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, isn't that mechanical fun absolutely irresistible? Almost irresistible, sure. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells me the time by the rumbling of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Look, Mr. Ahodo, what is it? And the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It's like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. That is a blood. Okay. So, Gina, that's all in the Morph Museum. Madame, two spells will have you take a position as an expert if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You shouldn't try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? Who brings me here? What you think? We found it! We found that dog Chekhov's workshop. What? You found the Trooper's workshop? Yup. Toppy's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a track, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Bum. Bum 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 bum. What? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words harm me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have... Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and our Irish dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's no other moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. Shall gladly pay half, Mr. Hardo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Bum 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 bum. Alright, we made it. Hey. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so through only a prototype actually. Naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And it's still a little time you have really working miracles. It's Toby's here who the miracle worker. Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector, that's one needed, bro. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not, we didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I get cracking. Lord 16 and the forensics investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you got the picture by now. They don't have to take too kindly to lawyers' types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down and thus we have the chance. And you, Sholmes? Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very troll, Gregson, very troll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Yeah, right away. This thing, right? So, Mr. Hardo, that machine is covered by a special inspection for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the ground and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside, no working parts of your devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chain sharp on the floor, nothing, not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideas, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Okay. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's impressive looking back, Masashi, that's for sure. I don't know that if you hit your shoulders to a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea what it was such a grand thing. It's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Tripper than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tight shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Okay, we got the... Okay, see, Cooper. Let me check this. Let's see, anything much except the prize. Fostering purchasing talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But Mr. Trapper really was a very talented scientist. This is it's an European style curve of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose crossbow bolts these? And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yup, that's more the evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Trevor was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Well, oh well, oh well. Wonder if I... Oops. Okay, that's that. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way away from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have a permission, and no one's giving it to you. Person looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sign of anybody on the other side. No, Trevor must have fled at this first sign of danger. Or not. Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I'd heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. Won't ya reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. What the? Who is there in there? Open up! This is Scotland Yard! Oh my god. Get away! Oh my, someone is there in there. Oh, this is why I'm bleeding rock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were contained, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blast door. There, you may enter at will. You have confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! Well, well. What's happening here? There's dynamite there. Was everything upside down? There's a dynamite? There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Tripper running away. But there's only one door in the room. No windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. There's footsteps. Footprints. And a burn pack. Okay. Blimey, if we had this, there have been no need to mock about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of a great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope. There's a green balloon there too. What's even about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before my friend's investigation team arrive too. Well, let's get on it. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. It's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloons using gas. A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop. There's no denying it. There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot up or something like Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Mr. Shams, have you found something? Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see, I have never seen anything like this before. Looks like a bundle of... Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Sure, that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... A time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Eh? You truly have one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to a consult dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well then goodness, but then what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept that the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Alright. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Draper himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Miss Sholmes, you must explain everything. It will be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you reflected the inspector's glare with such a fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. Let's listen to this first, and then it's our time to fix it. Flip the furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology that has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pool of the earth. But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in mindlessness it was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device? Almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question in it, that is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. Oh boy, Shams, oh boy. There was a clear requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically, and the commotion we heard from earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. Was reversed by Mr. Draper before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Okay, Mr. Shams, Sherlock Shams. This gravity was reversed. Right. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our... Wait, what? What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, their trapper's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling is in here is very high, Mr. Shams. If the gravity reversed for sudden, wouldn't Mr. Trevor have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in a room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Tripper was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Just for fun, he says. Escape via the skylight. Thus concludes Eric Shom's reduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Shams, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be a trouble about just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Your whole deduction hinged on it. But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Ah.
Objection!
The spells broke at last. One of the famous Sherlock Holmes line. When you eliminate the impossible. As again, when you eliminate the possible, what remains must be the truth. The road you found was on the floor, wasn't it? It was in lonely corners near the wall. But if Mr. Tripper had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inherently unravel in the end, as I think you'll find new ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only to look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. Okay, let's do it then. Alright. Okay, let's see. Right, we must destroy this theory first. Okay, here we go. Think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was scientific impossibility, so yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, what there remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. But let's see if examining the topsy-turvy scene a little more closely there is some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Alright, what do we got? What the? But if this, hey, this upright though. Well, I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, won't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruto, something else probably made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Take that! The upper right base clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you have surpassed me yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly said, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender waist standing king led to attention. And unlike the large shave, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. It's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My nipples of sympathies for you, Loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. The show must go on, so let's continue with the introductions. Now that we know this controversy is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here, which might sound obvious but leaves one mystery very much unsolved, namely why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Seriously, I'm astonished that any of the Ace Attorney protagonists don't have any love interest here. I mean, it is a Ace Attorney game, right? Like there might be hints there and here, between Susato and Mr. Naruhodo hints there and here, but that's like, you know. But since the main focus isn't about love, I guess it makes point. It's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this, somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if an answer presents itself. Let's see what we got. Anti-gravity device is not an anti-gravity device. Maya, chooses even Susato, the old woman who seems to have fallen in love, but the protagonist seems to be dense enough to not see it. Maya! Skip Maya, she was underage. We cannot... Maya, we cannot date her. Phoenix Wright was 20 plus something. And she was like 16. In this time here, Susato might be 16, but this is a different time, but... Trucy 2 is underage. If you look out, I'll look up at it. I don't know who Trucy is, since I don't know who it is, but what else do we got? But Susato, I'll take Susato. Then let me see this. It's a bomb. Oh! Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, save. 432582. Save. As in safe and secure. As in secure lockable box, I think. Should say right, the Dark Phoenix in Apollo Justice, the matches. Yeah, I never played that game, so I don't know. Well, there's a large safe bullet to a floor on the other side of the room, so yes. I only played the Phoenix Wright trilogy, and that's it. And now this. So you mean this number would let us open it? Wonder why it's written here, though. I think this might be. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the save combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down the inside cover of the book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always makes a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I've forgotten which book I've written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. It's a 21, Maya is 17 years old. How old was Wright then? 23 or 24 something, right? So if you think about it like that, that's like 5 to 6 years difference. 24? Yeah. 7 years different. That's a bit too much, don't you think? In the right timeline. I usually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point now. I'll take Mia though. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requires access to the safe. The occupant of this room needed a combination of code. He remembered that he written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to a state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Draper overturned all the furniture in here in desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Alright. Okay. Not skylight. Well, if a change in direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days, when gravity could be reversed. Some minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in the more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations like in the first place. Oh! well.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceilings because of the nearby shoe. And on the closer inspection, there are clear footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never to skylight at all but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon, That seems all somewhat familiar data. Oh, it was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. Inside the green balloon that Master Gods claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he restored to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably the trapper intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, these efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. Only there were some way we could see inside. Okay, oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, Shums has managed to bring the action back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit that was a bit clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground, which is much easier than said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? To reach the intended destination, what the better tool is rope. I think it's this one, right? The crossbow, yeah. Nice. To reach the destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Trapper. And if the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Dropper has hidden inside that balloon? What do we got? Oh! What the? Just think about it, choosing right and Apollo Justice being a couple, then suddenly learn that they are siblings. I don't even know who the fuck is Apollo Justice. Or so I can't think. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is a shut-tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means... Just a moment, this is the head of waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness! Let's see, you have joined the dots, Mr. Sato, excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Two-Spell's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two-Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Two-Spells and returning it instead earlier today was none other than Enoch Trapper. This is incredible. Professor Harprin's case and the Waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Trapper's workshop. Okay. You got the hat? Let me see that head though. Okay, looks there's a lock. We need a key for that. Hmm. We need a key for sure. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Trevor? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we have made together during this deduction, the Trevor is right here somewhere in this room. So Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Trevor's hiding place must be the... Well, there's only one way to hide. Large safe.
Take that!
Before we gain access to this back room, we heard a noise from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And Prest for the time made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Trevor. Is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Miss Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Come out, Enoch Trevor. So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then. Here goes. Well. You found me. Enoch Trevor. He's got a prosthetic arm, looks like. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Trevor, I presume? Correct. You best start talking, you trick Professor Harrowbrain, with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the depth of the waxwork from Madame Tussauds as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Presently, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to a time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Oh! I see. Son, silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Shrooms! With only 7 seconds to spare. Was too close for comfort. I got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. An anti-gravity device don't exist! Ooh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over it, don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it. It was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would be happening to me. Oh, for some reason, I'm walking a fine fellow today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a secret. I have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. Another one loose, as I couldn't remember which piece of furniture I've written it down. I also found a rope over by the wall. Yeah, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel thinking, well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a dead fish have you hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's not ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't have leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you had climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. To you? You mean to say... you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Calculate the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now, but what about the two incidents you have evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harribrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole which this head belongs to. That's the ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor, clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm able to open it, safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as a protection. It's enough! Oh, she's here. After all, what's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you are aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Sid again, so the forensics investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sid? Hello, Sholmes. Sholmes knows Dr. Sid? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves at the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto? Yes, it would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There's a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, does it, Trevor? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes. You did disarm that one. Where are you? That one? I mean, No! No! Boom. Damn. Damn. Was that an hour later that we heard the news? The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Forever. To be continued. Alright, trial time. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Mine, naturally, and true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in the battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Sure, you have overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... So now my sleep is quite impregnable. Irish had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestial. Oh my, Irish has been busy. Irish doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense that the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relished the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. So to cut in. Crexy. Oh, Inspector Crexon. Good morning. Crexon, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Hear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hoops I've had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. What? There's only that? At midnight, 17 June. Alright. Courtney Stevens. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us slowly a lot at the yard are just doing what we can in the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we are going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Okay, it's time. The final chapter, funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me for now from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Finding the truth. We are ready. The prosecution is ready, Miss my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord 16 has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord 16? Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of the liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. Kazuma. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of on the day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. You ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. In effect, scientists should feel the wrath of God if you ask me. We have to listen to what said on both sides, defense and the settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord 16. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion defected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this rape news yesterday, so Scotland Yard had submitted to a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ash in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Okay. There's a hole. It shows what little range of the machine. Yes, terrible business. Did to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Trapper. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Okay. Interesting. Has been blown up open by the explosion. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord 16 rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts the responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Trapper, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind this defendant's back? The defendant intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord 16, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Trepper, to the stand. So, let me see something. Okay. Name, Enoch Trepper, occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I excited the same feelings myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in the connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork monolith, a most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. Oh yeah, no bearing, huh? You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Trepper, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigation indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that's very much my belief, such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
We already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You have established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated feasibility, nothing more. But... You have procrastinated long enough. I feel witness you will now give you formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Alright, let's hear it. Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though through Mr. Aspen's instruction, he provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It's no trick. The whole show was fraught. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the breakage appear above their heads and the crash head first into a crystal tower? No, it did not. You can see that there's a... What a fucking liar here already. A triple accident, I grant you, perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. Deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with the fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Aspen has had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims, namely the construction of what by all accounts must have been extremely a complex scientific machine. What do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trepper. Indeed it, my lord. As a swindler who praised an innocent scientist to elicit government grant money through a conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witnesses' workshops attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in the science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have solved the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniffling talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? What a freaking liar. Liar. Counsel for the defense, your cross-exclamation, please. Alright. Alright. This guy. Let me try area. Which one is it? Where is it? Head first, yeah. And let's try this with
Objection!
Alright. We are examining the birdcage that crashed into a crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is of wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into a glass of the crystal tower. The level of damage to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All that breakage in the wood. Or at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base, so we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into a crystal tower, yet damaging the bottom. Is that the bottom? The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Let me see if two, you say. Can I somehow... Experiment sketch. Nothing, Barbie. Switch during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into a tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into a crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness report amid such a chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However, he fell. It would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Oh. I read the scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra actually. It wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Ziek. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry, I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It's obvious wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. And many testimony with the details of this truth. Of course, you must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him there. Okay, let's see. This new testimony. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Not true. Not true at all.
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage at its surroundings. You know that somehow the birdcage appeared in the mid-air before falling down in the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. Meters? However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, Counsel. Go ahead. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to this same diagram. The location for which the birdcage could have possibly have fallen the requested 30 feet. Well...
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's... where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in this machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage. That's why there's a... You can clearly see it, bruh. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the grass height. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage was engulfing steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave away, and if we assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Turn. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage but two.
Objection.
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destructions of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following this day's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately! Mr. Dead Trevor. It was you who built this Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two birdcages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life. And laid the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Trapper.
Objection.
Objection. Objection. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush defense the argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Trapper had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of birdcage. But I have already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The Forensic Investigation Team's report is unequivocal on that point. The second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would his man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I've here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord 16? The contract between to which Mr. Trapper he entered with the victim, Mr. Asmund reads. Mr. Trapper is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government, grants, or the other income. 30%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions. There's one very important provision holding onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Trappers may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite is in fact. Yes, anymore, the witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Trapper having done as you suggest is nil. Nil. It seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Rob 16, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Okay. Wait, let me see. To find labor of materials for the construction of the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Trapper is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government, grants, or other income. Mr. Trapper may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's true, if Trapper had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Oh. There were two birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Oh, I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertions that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. The prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Objection. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstrations was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Trapper. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Trapper had an accomplice.
Objection!
Accomplice. An accomplice now. Well, I presume you are prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes, these accusations turn out to be false. They make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trapper had an accomplice or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. Such my stage stance going to be, did Trapper have an accomplice or not? Name the accomplice. Defense is ready to name Mr. Trapper's accomplice. Somehow the two birdcage must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. And somebody must have, you know. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Exactly, counsel. My lord, you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Save the game. There's an inconsistency, and only one person could have done it. Only one person who's in charge of that is Here, forensics team.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, my naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy as always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright, then here goes. You have kept us waiting long enough. Do you answer, counsel? Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Trapper in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner. Dr. Corny Seat! What the place are you talking about, Dr. Seat? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Ooh. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? This accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands Dr. Sid to be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Bam, bam, bam. You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, tracking the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better day at the room work out there. My learned friend's imagination happens to be wilder than days in at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument, on which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem. Oh my word. Who do you claim that acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Oh, I know. Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body, a wax body, and yet no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 birdcages, then there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? Present the evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen this from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! Where is it?
Take that!
You know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else, which has been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into a crystal tower. Yes, Counsel, according to a somewhat elaborate version of the events, that body double is inside the second birdcage was in fact. It's alright, Mr. Naruto, you ready for this? Still yourself. Come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, and unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Open it up.
Objection!
Objection? Open your eyes, look into my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the first time to show you the Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is an waxwork model. A modern fact of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You start by indicating the lead of the forensic investigation team has accomplished in this crime. Now you have moved on to indicating waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxworks? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, could hardly resemble him less. What possibility justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Trevor. What? Just days before Professor Harbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Trevor abducted this model from Madame Two Spells. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident of the great exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Trevor? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Trevor would have stolen the waxwork and then give it back again. Now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense astonishing proposal? Well, that to effect deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Oh no.
Objection.
Wait, yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak with you, please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Alright. Guilty.
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 Very guilty.
Guilty.
Super guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty, guilty. Guilty. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew what's going to happen. Should get through this, Mr. Naharu, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on the summation examination. Alright, let's go. Let's hear it. I've known the woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. I don't know, nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh, that is most troubling, but surely the waxwork demand story is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them that much. Oh, with the police, okay. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, easy. I won't have it. I won't have it. Okay, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Assman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. We're thinking, Mr. Naruhodo, I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Okay. Bathroom break. Okay. Let's see. I have an idea. So this one. Yeah, not too much. Let's see. Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I have been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audience, so we perform our great matching in parks or on streets, corners, and the like.
Not in my day. Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Othermall? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Shums. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what Euro number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn public's trust, we did. By job, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you. No one would have called coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right, especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sid's maiden name. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Oh, of course, yes, silly me. It's Sid now, isn't it? Stevens. Where is it? You sure? Courtney Stevens. "10 years ago!" Oh, Courtney Stevens! Okay. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is those were the great days of policing, not like now. So to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Of course, I mentioned the corner in 10. Okay, what else we got? It's conjecture. Did you claim the whole incident kinesis demonstration was a trick? That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you that this cage appeared from a mist and an explosion. There'd have been no need to use a real person. If a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. Suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we managed to present a suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the... I do have evidence. Actually, I have something to like to see. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So giving you a check black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. This.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that was found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece of originated. Is that it? Precisely, so what do you say? Now that clear evidence is in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I don't trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you have shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Like as your number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Pop, pop. Alright, with the current... Wait, didn't I just prove this? Push it again. Yeah.
Objection!
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that maiden name of the current that was it, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. But naturally, as a woman of society, I find such a connection and some relationship irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. That the Sith man's name is Stevens. And I throw that name, the current is so very definitely in link to the waxwork of the killer. Defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I will ask the court to look at this. Where is it? This one, yeah.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... But the man was capital offender, so... That's right, this is the certification of the death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens! Strike a light! The professor autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sid 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Tripper very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Connie Sid and Mr. Enoch Trapper. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We are certainly obliged now to explore this further. Boop! This one. Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we are still here to uphold justice in the end. Justice. Justice in the end. Okay, and then let's see here. Without right evidence.
Objection!
There we go. You can put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides calling a cop, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Oh, well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I am. Won't be dream of going against calling a cop or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Alright. Success! If you can call it that. Okay, that will do. The trial must continue. At least that's flame scale for? It's for there's 6 jurors, and if they all bleach guilty or not guilty, you know, if they agree they're guilty, then the judge makes the decision based on that. My job is not to not get the not guilty. I'm expert of the despicable professor. If it's like all 6 decide this guilty, I have a chance to prove them wrong by evidence, and then they get to choose. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. Must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does not a lot warrant further investigation. It's the backstory of the professor that links Mr. Treppers and Dr. Sid. And I am convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth is, sir, by choosing evidence and a testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into alleged involvement of the Waxberg in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned up as a witness. The owner? Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord 16 would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make the arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you are on the brink of an opening Pandora's box. The court should now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for her for taking the stand. A bit overkill for a courtroom. Well, this is the 19th century, so... Madame Two Spells? Yes, I shall see to it once, my lord. Back then, I guess everything was very overkill. They gotta make it look nice. To be continued. Alright. Ah, Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the end of the time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs as a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask? What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. She went in Germany already 10 years ago. We finally get a fight in Overlord tomorrow? Oh, fight? Is it a hype fight? Hype fight? Yes, the professor. When I discovered that he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord 16 is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dark. And now a Waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even that shrewd Mr. Reaper felt to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Make it sound like deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, and very in what particular matter. Until entering a new arena match against the strongest gladiator in the Empire. Strongest. It's gonna get obliterated. Gladiator is gonna get absolutely destroyed. Probably. Excuse me. Oh. Dr. Sid! Ah, Dr. Courtney Sidney Stevens, good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, Bray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. A smell of nothing but corpses and disinfect. Policemen and the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sid. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. Hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord 16 won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I have always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Now then, but it's almost time. I must make my way back to a public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Oh, to the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter. What there may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I should make myself scars then. Purchase a bar of caramel area, so I should be gnawing on that as you gnaw away the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Shums really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Well, Well. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. We'll figure this case out. For sure. In the name of the Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. We are ready to. As the court is aware, the case under our Trinity began with damaging the incident at the Great Exhibition. Okay, we know this. The trial has clearly defied all expectations. That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord 16, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of the Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring the witness at once, my lord. Summon the witness. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. The trapper is responsible, and I'm sure he is. It means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Sid. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Hey, isn't that Sholmes? My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the properties of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. Is that a witch? You will have to pardon me for working as a testified. My name exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. You confirm this? Oi, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Her stay was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than a conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. Just to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar? Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you have carved under your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of Tawtree exhibit could get its hands on that information. Coil dommage. What? It would seem you are unaware of the two spells principles. What principles? The family two spells have always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the two spells. Waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oh, that is true, a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct, the model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing the tenacity of purpose. It's the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secrets for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oi, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question! The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear you form a testimony on this matter. Please open that. Just open the freaking mask already. Alright, let's hear this testimony. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked a society in London. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with two spells family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As the dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The grave digger, the man sanctioned this? Oi, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrate for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if he did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. Myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Okay. Man rising from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Let's check it out. Anything, nothing else. Mr. Trapper's dreadful encounter. Mad ship rampage. Charles Darwin to receive a compliment of the great sting. The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And some waxwork from that exhibit was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you're here. Most puzzling. Guess what, defense? Proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links the report to the doctor's seat, and there has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sid and Tripper were in on this crime together. Okay. Let's check it out. I want to see something. He? Who is he, though?
Hold it!
You waited longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin was not aligned itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. What, 3 hours? Is this amount of time significant? It is because of the rigor mortis of Rickly Mortis. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begins to stiffen, but approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to a relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Yeah, that was an education. It's a slightly scary one. As a mademoiselle, the record mode is convinced 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it's very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder what about that information, the coach. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can have a feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
Hold it!
You said the door was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately? Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with the utensils and bags, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17 June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed, first light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. 4:40, huh? That really is early. The fact is, I have very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before it's daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Shum seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Would you usually appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame? Got it. Got it. Madame, thought this about how long it took you. Yeah. Alright, let me try something. Answer rigor mortis, but where is it? At midnight, though. So,
Objection!
Madame Two Spells, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quit? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Yeah, just before dawn? At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at the Dr. Sid's report, it's quite clearly states that the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17 June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were scoping his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in. Oh, yes, you are right, the chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Very wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the state time. Impossible! This is beyond folly. How do you think indicate the order of the report Dr. said? But you also implicate members of the staff at Parklight prison where the execution took place? By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. Moved the man's lynch.
Objection!
Yes, the person died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? He didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sid, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. There was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed death following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the Gather press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. So the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man who made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, Council, that you have identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these other incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. Who is the? Come on, guys. It says in the papers, bruh.
Take that!
Lol. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Trepper. Trepper? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that this decade-old scene in the great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Trepper. Ooh. Oh no, surely not, Council. Trepper was there in Located Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Trepper? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The death of the professor of waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man? None! But that would mean... Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Trepper. Oh, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my, good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus, it is the paper from which comes the article I have already instructed the court. You saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trepper, Principal of Science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Tripper in order to scope a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. Since that time, he has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appeared to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal. Asked the assembly to use a body double for the victim in the case we are discussing here today. Even though the waxwork bill is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated this, Dr. Sid, would have noticed immediately. Yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sid put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Trevor. But that misconduct was deathly secret. The coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Trevor used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sid to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Trevor are connected. According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sid is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She trusts all herself, didn't she? Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Ziegs. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Ziegs, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on the policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Tripper and Dr. Sid both take the stand together. Woo! Oh no! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiffs and a subpoena with immediate effect are addressed to Dr. Sid or the forensic science investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Tripper and Dr. Sid. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. Just a stone throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. How to annoy a superior not listening to orders. Alright, bathroom break. Betrayal is not in my nature. Mr. Trapper, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sid, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Is it the belief of the defense that you collaborate with each other and were both complicit in this crime? And where's the evidence? At present, we have no definite evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the professor who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper, from reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And there's all witness to that mysterious event. Was you, Mr. Trapper, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Seeds. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Trapper, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth. What you saw that night in Locate Cemetery. So it was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. And at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Trapper, your testimony please about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Locate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Yes, was Brett. But we'll see. Oh. You saw us in Locate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for as part of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustrations in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream, becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you have to screw loose if you believe corpse could come back to run the dead. But, so you say this article is not what the paper is printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes? The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for what Mr. Trapper and Dr. Sid would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can't you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. So now the Locate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, that is exhume fresh corpses to sell it reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as tactic, I bitterly regret what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I had never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Alright, right away. I think I know what to press on. Something bothered me with... where was it? You never saw, huh? Young woman? So that has been his two spell, or is it? The young one must be Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely, I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I explained, I went by the name published in the article and I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in the front of me. So you really consented to having a waxwork of yourself made a great permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what I had to sell. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. CPAP. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I were disinterested. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way. Yeah. Yes, and there's blood. Okay, and then... You never actually saw, huh? What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Located cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it's renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it? I said what I had seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. No. Okay.
Objection!
That's right. That's right, that's right. Sorry, Mr. Trapper, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? You last game, you did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know, but I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. I figure he met you from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity, wasn't to be removed even during his execution and a subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trapper, as you have just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. You liar! Hold on. Well, Mr. Trapper. It's a wild scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that it'd been a mistake. I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then I amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Fellow grave robber at work? Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Yeah, I was the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know, all other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole, I hit duck, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the artifact that I actually saw, you see. Your claim it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, for whom you say.
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work perhaps and fired upon one of them. If a grave digger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Strange. Excuse me.
Excuse me? Madame Two Spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh, pardon. Oh, I was just lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Tripper's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all, how Monsieur Tripper could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventure in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Objection. Have a care, Tripper. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Tripper told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. Said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Trapper? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Conjure yourself, Cancer. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Alright, I think... Where's the camera?
Objection!
Objection. Mr. Trapper, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Exactly. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Trapper. And is it supposed to be a significant? Oh, it's supposed to, yeah. This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it so closely. We noticed that the lens extended forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Oh. That's right. It's rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, it would appear to be a spider of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test, is that right, Dr. Sid? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you tried to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Jumper is obviously trying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Council, who is it then? Courtney Sid. The obvious answer is Dr. Sid. Sid. Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convicts who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be the unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Not only did I point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs, no one could escape, not in the Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. The relatively true kinds of this implication of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would attempt the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sid would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Sid wasn't collaborating in Mr. Trepper's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh. Lord 1-6? Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discordies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead and Scotland Yard cover-up. That's conspiracy at the highest level. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. North Belly is no place for all wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declare war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. This was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who had already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep though, I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense in any way, which means Mr. Draper's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? Why was his motive? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I tell you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? You explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Draper? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. Oh well, let's see. Let's do. I think, well, one of this Stripper's contract for sure. Stripper, I have here the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very contract. In fact, that proves that I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. As it turns out, the contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed. Does? Well, I never. What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot. I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need this contract and one other piece of evidence. What other evidence?
Take that!
It's a newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That tribal should never have been written. It's typical gutter press to nonsense that means nothing.
Objection!
But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Well.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature and the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belongs to the same person! What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Draper and interviewed him about this ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Draper 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why? Why would that constitute motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think it back, you remember that Mr. Draper talked about the article in his testimony? Grave robbing to sell. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many so dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of the article written by Mr. Assman. Enough! Stop this endless drill about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Trapper. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw hat that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. They struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of low gauge was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Trapper, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for such science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead and show it. What could possibly have disproved the idea that I was happy to leave news because I had lacked talent? Well,
Take that!
you remember this, Mr. Trapper? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent and very day, Mr. Trapper, because even then you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Hold it. Oh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord. That's it. Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I done my best to bury deep inside myself, it was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. That's it, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note, every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There's really no other choice, it had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming up. I may not collaborate in my murder, but the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Trapper, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too? Then? I mean nothing. At all! Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Oh no, no, no! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Ziegs. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoing of Mr. Trapper. The defendant is the Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, it has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard that the Sith has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You proven Mr. Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the adjudication, unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sid suddenly admit the truth like that? But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to disrupt the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in his hindsight. To the bitter end! I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail in this is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sid. Testimony from me? But what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Trapper. Huh, in case it's escaped your attention, I have already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh. Well, pray forgive my careless handling if that hallowed bottle is lit. That's what you call it? That's what you call it? What is your objection, my Lord Van Ziegs? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Sure, what? Lord Van Zeeks. This is most illogical to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. That was it, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Trapper. Very well. So it all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in a certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about this execution 10 years ago is a state, a secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right, the stage and the machine were all especially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You are a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being of the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. It's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of this deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression in Dr. Sid's face. It's the defense right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about Japanese that makes you also doggedly persistent? Okay. Right, arrange, you say? When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something about along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harry Brain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean that was you're doing? I fetched Harry Brain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh! There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into a man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report, as a fictitious cause of death? Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma is resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about the Sid's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. It's not raining outside right now, huh? Yes, mine too. That was it. There's really no need to shout, I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to act on what you said to your former testimony. Oh, which part? What you did to a victim? Have you stabbed Mr. Asmin in the chest, that part? Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Okay. Okay, let me see. You blanched, you say?
Objection!
Okay. I have got a nasty feeling. That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Kanzo? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Oh, not to sit in that last statement of yours, there's just 1 point. That seems to defy explanation. The music! Yup. Bathroom break! Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and the photograph. And this photograph, it shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
That the court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from
Objection!
it. We can, though. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain.
Take that!
The blood. We're close at the blood stain at the victim's chest. It extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Cancel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, of course no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. The receipt made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Harribrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed while it's inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions, for it have to form into longitudinal appearance as we see in the picture. It's conceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sid, your testimony was total fabrication! I knew it. I was right. Now I have identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We have all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sid. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Trevor as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? The stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple. If you consider the sequence of events, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, and as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage in the void below, it must have hit the ground with a considerable force. But he was still alive. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sid appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Mr. Ori Asman's kill was in the defendant, Professor Albert Harrowbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Trepper. It was you! Dr. Corny Sid! Can this possibly be true? Bim bam boo! Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being accomplished in Mr. Trepper's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, dear doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence, and logic alone! Huh, logic? Don't make me laugh. Suddenly your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? See, I have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to the death to murder. But there's no one known connection to Dr. Sid there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Now, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlightened at the court at once? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object to explain why Dr. Sid would have wanted to kill the scalpels, yeah. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. What did you say, scalpels? Oh! It would appear that word has struck on shore, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big book here. Yeah, they bite. 500 scalpels? Yeah, every month is a lot. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realized now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Trepper. He may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sid's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. So clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Aspen into the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand, none of you. What we have to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney's side will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you have done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult brainwalk scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have that talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I cannot bite their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Trapper. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Aspen article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Aspen, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lawgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sid to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Aspen turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article off the front page caught my eye. What the coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my current process started to revise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, and so I wanted to use the man's own violence against him for revenge. I have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation that I had to suffer. Boom. Dun. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harripan's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I.
Lord 106, what of Dr. Sight? The immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Trapper. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasions. For now, Professor Harrowbrain. Oh, yes? Seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the story details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Meet this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguided believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. The worst of it is, in the process, I caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing and he's alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. What one seeks. The derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work with your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barrett. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord, it is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. Presume that there are no objections. None for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all about proving methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done. Easy. It's over. You see, Barrett really cares about his friend. He does. I don't know what he's become of the young these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. It's nice to see him being nice for once. Not guilty. There we go. Court is adjourned. Court is adjourned. Adjourn. It's over. That was some trial. Pop, Professor. What a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Harrowbrain. Star out, Miss Susato. I'm truly. Besides myself with gratitude, how can I ever thank you enough? Just glad it's all being cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so you don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh what can I do? How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I have last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too and see if the new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I kinda love that. Oh, Barrack. Lord Van Zix, what are you doing here? Barrack. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were great. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle this prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left the university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I have already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barrack. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. Lord Van Zix? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zix at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up to now. But of course we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True, perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barrack. Like the mustache Nipponins, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zix? In court there, people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Hello, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harrowbrain. But once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you gone off. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh? That was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barrack Van Zix. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Okay. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guiltless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponins comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I never heard that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint 1Z. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice system in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programmers, the judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you actually met my father. He and his colleague were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting the Inter standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit and it made a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere, there were no suspects, even just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them, the last in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord 1Z, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to a killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Then I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? He's a Japanese! Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of the both countries were deep in the extensive political discussion, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh man, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
It's time? Oh!
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I was a popcorns? I know!
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Japanese!
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere.
Have I?
Strangely
Have you?
familiar.
I don't remember. But... Oh! Kazuma? Or maybe Kazuma question mark? That hairstyle, I know it from anywhere.
Father.
Father? No!
What? Father?
No way! Plot twist? No. He's Kazuma's father? Was the professor?
Kazuma!
It is Kazuma! I knew that hairstyle, man.
My best friend.
Oh.
Kazuma Sogi.
His father!
After a whole year, finally his memories return.
No!
As he stood there before me.
His father's the killer? Hey, I'm new here?
Ryunosuke.
Well, hi, hey! Hey, new here? How are you, new here?
Hello again,
New here, what up?
my friend.
But your friend's father's...
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road.
Hashtag new here. Shashipori dana. Tomoyo.
Thank you for
Friend.
guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
How are you though, Tony? Kazuma team.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks too. for
Vacation
taking
time?
good care
Dude, you have a
of
vacation
that
again?
in my absence.
Bruh. Karuma.
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was to
We
suffer
take as
from
much
wish
vacation in summer as
that
we
I
can.
inherited the sword.
Well,
That
summer's
kept it
almost
with
over
me
though.
ever since,
Fuck
along
summer.
with my memories of the friendship we
Yeah,
shared.
what summer? This year's summer's been very, very bad.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Dee, 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 dee. Too fucking hot? Nah, it doesn't mean that hot, bro. You need an air conditioner, dude.
I've made it
Oh,
at last. Father,
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This
yeah.
mass murderer.
It's your
He's
father.
Kazuma's father.
What the? Hiya! Oh!
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke,
Yeah.
we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
What? You just left? He just left? Bruh! Your best friend!
That's all Kazuma said.
He's a dual wielding user! He had two swords. He's a Kirito!
Before he turned and left us there
Starbuster
in the
Stream!
courtroom.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my father's life easy. 2 days into vacation, sleep schedule already fucked. GG. Hey, you gotta keep consistency, man. Consistency. Yes, Kazuma Azuki, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord 1-6's apprentice when he was suffering amnesia too? The man who was apprehended and executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Well. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to a railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She never talked about this with me before though. Took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. That the friend he had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he's studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you have worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asoki. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
The end, right? The end. The end. The end. The demasking! Demasking. Twisted Karma and his last ball! Episode 4!
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come.
The game is afoot!
The game is afoot.
Bum, bum, bum. Eight days after that earth-shattering trial, Kazuma regained his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Waterloo? Ooh, hotel, huh? Alright, give me a second, Reno. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit. Russian Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. So that time hasn't been the same since that happened. Not that I'm surprised. Sure about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance I'd say, they did come on here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Don't think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. But Kazuma's showing up here in London with an amnesia, and that's he regained his memory now. Oh, there she is! Oh, father! Hello, Susato. How are you? That's the judge. I'm very well, thank you. Very delighted you have arrived safe and sound. Chigogu. Hello, Minister Haruto. Very kind to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with this steamship from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who's this man? Why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it? Yes. A firm tap what? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Rinosuke Naruhodo guilty. Oh, you're... Guilty. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Chijoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha. Good. You have remembered me now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Seishiro Chigoku. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? We're talking about Eugene. Of course, Judge Chigoku, he must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Kill this charge? Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruhodo. Received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. But what happened 10 years ago? That tragedy? Yes, could you tell us any more about it? So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards, but it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be able to drift in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. To stop in France's beautiful capital, Paris. We did, yes, though only for one night. Instead, evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with the Britain's Attorney General. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the Britain's aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asoki. Genshin Impact! So you knew, I presume, father. Yes, he was a close friend of mine. He was a close friend at the time. Kenshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Objection! This joke was bad! I never understood what drove the man to commit such a heinous act. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. Judge, objections, sustain. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. One day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared into Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London working as the apprentice of Lord Pan 6. What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strong had telegraphed neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive, as you know, didn't you, father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. He sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And here in London, you say? Nor did I than to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. Must speak with him urgently. Wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Your time in Britain. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It's Yushin here. It's Kenshin, Asoki, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyage were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do a research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more of a talk of grave. No, not more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with the bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with the graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor, Caden? His name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the partner, then just wait here. Should the sun's gone off and I run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. But I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I have thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour in deep reading, as you know. Bop, 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 bop. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... Well, Susato was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life too. Oh yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. The mom. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became a rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Shashio offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you and to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not really afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Hey, I know... Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take you back. Allow me to take you back. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. Machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. But I think given the occasions, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. The porter. We met him before in court, though. Alright, somebody like that. Look alike. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made father very happy, I think. Oh, very well. I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Should we return to the Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lawrence Strongheart later and ask him after him. Oh, we can go straight there. Lord Chief Strongheart. One Zeke. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I have supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord 1-6 doing here? There seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. If I remember correct, of the Mac Guild? Yeah, I think so, Mac Guild. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now. Something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Your shirt and the beads of sweat carrying their way down your face seems to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you are staring at me with mainly. As you are no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord 1-6. I will attend at once. Gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My delicate right hand of many years was recently pulled out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still a service? Naruhodo, he's talking about Miss Doctor's side. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not, you have done nothing wrong. Dr. Side's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You need to concern yourself with any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. 1-6 is doing an admirable job of holding the fort, though disturbingly his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Not long ago, visitor numbers of the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Aren't there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. 20th century will see the whole-scale adoption of forensics investigation techniques. Cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. It's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit of as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces in forensic science. It's my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensics investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the forensics investigation team a year ago experimentally to start with. With that to sit at the helm, he was steadily acquiring an impressive record of an achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and delivering its status to full-blown forensics investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can keep up. Even I can keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. About Lord 1-6 apprentice. Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me. I must say that you and he are old friends. How did you become apprentice to Lord 1-6 in the first place? It came about 3 months ago, and an unidentified Asian man was apprehended by the border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stole away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord 1-6, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord 1-6 with a tiresome explanation about why he had an Eastern apprentice, because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord 1-6. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London at the time being. For the time being? Oh. I think you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Kenshi Nasoki. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Kenshi Nasoki. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. There were such awful murders and unprecedented using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of what the killer couldn't be made public then, and it can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of man's victims were applied on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths can actually benefit the society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still a murder, wasn't it? Seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of Reaper of the Bailey. Oh. Is that all? Wee! What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way? Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. What the hell? Who are these? I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. China! Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, nothing present. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Both the darkness is my friend. I am not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring easy. Daring heist? I do not like this. I do not like this. Well done. We'll finish this down in the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks Iris. And thanks, you great detective. True. Heh heh heh. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't he? Oh, Susie and Bruno. Dude, it looks like these two are Mario and Luigi we saw. Mario and Luigi has a red hairs. Hello, Irish. We are home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we are at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. The Sulky Brothers. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. What the? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellow? Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crab or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. What is going on here today? What is going on? In that case, let's sit and drink now. For I am fucking expecting a guest later today. Guest, huh? You two visitors? Shrubs, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you, all manner of infractions? Isn't your Shams very red? He's a Super Saiyan God now. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock, Shams, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of crime, Mr. Shams? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective alley. Should have asked Grex to come too. We could have an interesting tea party. I written word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consuming it in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler? That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads had been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest of problems you known to a man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution? By natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I heard a talk about it somewhere, possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the tree tops. Wait, what? We were apes? Hee-ha! Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to a man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent? Rent is very important. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Two Spells only the other day? Psst, a large sum? One bottled herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squander it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to a man's greatest problem for the coming month at least. What was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures that are unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. Bruh! In the end. It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversations. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing up my hair out of it. If this charade goes on much longer. Mr. Chums, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago you said to us. He did. Won't lie. That case about the SS Berry in January. Kazuma wasn't killed. You knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in the moral peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to pursue it. The crewmen to keep their word, of course. Why? What do you in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believe I may have made a cross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Right. I think this mask that I saw, isn't that what Kazuma's wearing? The mask Kazuma was wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zig as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. You gave it back to him, I suppose, but he has his memories back now, doesn't he? I can't help feeling he might turn around telling me hardly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circling the red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says to a red-headed league. Red-headed league? The red-headed league. What's that? I don't know. I never heard of it before, but is something on my face? Clearly, this has something to do with that lively hair. Okay. Guess we need to press that. And let me read that first. £4 per week if you are red-headed. Okay. It looks as though someone circled our advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the red-headed league? Does that track you in some way? I was thinking that maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you have learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. The first instance, and quite this indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast. So what is the Red-Headed League? It seems to be the subject of the advertisement you have circled. You noticed it in the paper then. That my dear fellow was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week? Oh my, £4 a week! But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a mixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member originally passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join into his place. Correct? I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruto, though it pains me to admit it. You're a blunder? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked me, Susato. What you see atop my head is as neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair in your body perfectly crimson. No, thank you. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, it is quite safe for the drinks. Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? And amateurs are you always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of threat signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Harry left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the red-headed league were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-haired folk like a conster orange barrow. I quit for 8 hours and saw it before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation? So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, Shh! Don't give me away. After which, I could do a little else but turn and leave. This morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pen to the police. Ah! Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Oh, I hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are a present grip by the greatest problem known to a man. Must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Oh. Shums! Hey! That's her from the last case! Please, oh please! Please find my husband! He's run away! To upset me? I beg your pardon. Never mind, a personal matter, my apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? You didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, please eat it. Iris some tea if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. She was that the case. Alright, bathroom break. EVV, Jill. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no option. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are all of little consequence to me, madam. Being able to offer case to solve its reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I just will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This German lady would be... I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's a hard of hearing. Why did I ever get so much get my hopes up? Forgive me for asking where's Mrs. Virtue, but have we met somewhere else before? Quite recently, perhaps? We did meet her. My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. This woman, wasn't that... Yeah, she was on the last case. She was. You wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. She was juror number 2. Is it possible that you are the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Juror number 2. Didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry, don't worry if you can't hear. It was slippery for really, nothing more. Now look what you have started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Mr. Vigil. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Mr. Vigil. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, and your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind of man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some indiscreet ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard. That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder actually qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they are carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory? But for that extra responsibility, he's remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lovegate Cemetery. No. Lovegate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court? That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you have lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday. It really is recent, laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away from his work. It's not all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm down. Vigil. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, and my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. So you need to put this suit's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything. So soon? How splendid, Mr. Sholmes. You should be delivered early, I always say. You would be so kind to leave us the photograph of your husband in my possession. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. Can't tell you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You have been simply marvelous. You know, I think it's every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with this out of such a nonsense? Good news is in a day or two. Are you sure? Can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. Mir gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, and one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. By that time, I could successfully locate Mr. Rachel. We should be mutually relieved. Would you agree, Mr. Naruto? Don't look at me with those bleeding eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. What did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. And now a warden from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. Nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? Is the prison government you want? No doubt the man is equally worried. But, aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you need to ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That's a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Busy? Of course you are. Well, let's go. Prison governor's office. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loom quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was done here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate but to me? Damn, big boy. Big man, I mean. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. An Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door. Hey, I didn't notice any other. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you about some question about. I didn't like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get off my hair. Get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. Think so, too? 10 years ago, Kenji also knows as the professor was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You sniffed around about that case, can't ya? Your agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We'll just get gone with ya before I punch your lights out. We're going! Clear, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Mrs. Susato? I feel sure that name came up in conversations recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come think of it, I have the same feeling. Okay. Hey! That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm packed. Press Judge Jigoku. Yes, he's not too relaxing sword. He's taking himself off to pay his respect to all legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before, but how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Would you? That would be wonderful if you have the time now. So as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee and come to an uncomfortable city. Now, I have another lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that aloud, did I? Mingotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. It could be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. It's written on that piece of paper. There's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tunes. Ah, thank you. Good luck then. Ah. Stingy ticket. Scoopia. Okay. Prison. You just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What is that? I can't put the wool over my eyes. Too good for you, nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young chap from the voice laboratory? That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. You're the young man's daughter? You didn't need to mention that before? I do apologize. Oh, well, yeah, best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Didn't I forget to try one of these very handcuffs biscuits? Your father's influence is nothing sort of amazing. I'm bitter. I regret not announcing who I was from this outset now. So then, what can I do for you then? Well, we're currently investigating a case. One of your orders, you see, it's gone missing. Missing. That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing person in my prison. What? How can that be? It's Mr. Dele Vigil, you chief warden. You're chief warden? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Hey, of course. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Hey, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it, he was a fine warder. So did you say it was? He doesn't work here anymore. He left the job? Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Could have been much less than 10 years ago now? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Hey, as I minded, did you can have heard the fellow's name in all that time? It's a worry if he's gone missing though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. Then perhaps Mr. Naruhodo That his wife simply doesn't know? I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Commander Kaden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Mitchell give up his job here? That's important. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Oh, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk. Hey, that's our word for it in there. A walk to a gallows? An execution? It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows 3 and oversee any executions you see. Only Witcher did something as unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's a very rare for Chief Warder to be relieved of his past. But why wouldn't Mrs. Mitchell know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? What would that be then? That last execution that Mr. Mitchell was responsible or overseeing? Was it by any chance the professor's? Mothers exactly? I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Wait, did I just present this already? Hey, especially around your eyes, you look like him. Ba 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 ba. Oh yeah, I had one. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicines. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. My father worked in a laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard in the basement of SS. Saint Sinners is still in use today. Saint Sinners, that's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right, we've been there. Kotoba and I used to ride in a carriage together and to negotiate terms for more fresh materials, I suppose. Hey, and we used to sit in here for hours and crap on about dissection and also it always takes me back. Or a pot of tea and my plate of calf biscuit, of course. How charming. Reliable and dead set on his work. Why am I so... But I'm afraid I'll never understand your Japanese. Because of Kenji Asoke, I suppose. Well... I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil dismissed nowadays. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Hey, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine. Thank you very much, Governor Kaden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vitchell. What will he tell Mrs. Vitchell, I wonder? It's really posed with the immediate effect of having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy, pay, and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of a convict. Aiding and abetting the professor just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor barricading. Indications are that jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of the information regarding this negotiation will be demanded. Sholmes. You're back? Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Oh, that's what the delicious smell is. This blue? Senatis, your thoughts are written all over your face in any case. Sonata, it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. You think? Oh my. Pray tell me what's our modern friend. Have you got some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising in fact, though. It's not a patched and new hair, to be honest. So that isn't, but I still Sholmes. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina. I can't Adam and Eve it. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead! What? They just found his body! Shot with a pistol! What? Grexy? But... Inspector Gregson! He was murdered? No, not Grexy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Rip Grexy! Grexy! Are you serious? Gina, Inspector Gregson was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in the building full of flats on a Fresno street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up much to yet, but one day I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Genie. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They got the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on and the boys got straight down there and took care of it. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina. It was the Reaper? Wait a minute, you don't mean They arrested Lord Van Ziegs for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone. And shot the boss. No, Lord Van Ziegs? No, shot! No way! Are you quite sure, Mr. Lestrade? It's Baron Van Ziegs the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him? So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Ziegs would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Oh! Thank you for informing us, Mr. Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all. As soon as you can, you gotta help. Detective lot to appear wherever some instance the plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What you see there is in being a great detective. I failed to see something like this coming. How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson. Mr. Hodo, I should leave at once to begin my investigation. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you weren't intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Inspector Gregson dead. Rowan 6 arrested. Bruno, Susie. I've called you handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Then Sholmes care about Gregson. Grexy! We ain't gonna go to prison yet. We're gonna go straight to Fresno Street room. I wanna find out about this. Oh, there's a red hair. Okay, there's a red hair again. I see there. This really is an out of the way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this does really influence that old room is where it happened. Then there's a week there. Okay, so this is where the poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oh, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. On the space above the ceiling check, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone to our house looking for a doll when the owners are out of town? She has obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you have turned up last. Mind you, I haven't been here long myself. Hello again, Sheena. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flinking that and of his dangerous scarboard. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop saying nothing to no one, not even me. Sheena, would you mind if I be investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help the Reaper block, are ya? Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord 16 really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. Wanna know the truth? But what really happened here? Thank you, Gina. Pop, pop, pop. Or should I talk to her? Oops. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I wanna know. It's what half a year since I got out the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. It turns out he's a Being of a legend at the yard? Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did, yup, and ever since then he started going out all on sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. It's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper, in what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hats off to that fella. Where his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Now most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Didn't realize the Correction held the Reaper in quite a high regard. He said something else to me and all, but I didn't need to worry about the Reaper because he only goes after people who are bad. It kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cub called Hugh Bone. Hugh Bone? Hugh Bone. Sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that is indeed. Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. You see, well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived for a long time if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder, yes, Mr. Sato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Corrections himself? What? How could that be? But if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. Oh, I never even considered that. Nice work, Zeus. We're actually following a little line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. Yeah, that's right. Today said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reapers in it, no denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I have heard. I don't know much about guns myself, but there's some big wig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Big wig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they have all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for and you'll be up for green and all. So we can interview the witnesses then. Shame. Alright, let's see here. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? Which I think it does look. I think it would be fair to say this hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or never lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Corrections' family members. Oh! What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. What do I feel like this one is familiar somehow? It's Mrs. Vickir. Vickil. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Oh, it's Mrs. Vickil. This Makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vicky here in here? Unless it's, you know, the guys, the husbands. To be frank, I don't think I ever been more stumped. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to say, but I have no idea either. Well. This looks like some sort of notice board or something that's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruto, look. This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here and the details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all sorts of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. Another phenomenon is burned on this room. Some old newspaper cuttings and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the red-headed league. What? Why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece, and I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And such a flame colored red too. Yes, that's a color we have come across very recently and elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Anything else? Or just wondered. Okay. Bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. Much else, right? Okay, the gun. Especially with the vulnerable weapon then. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure Mr. Naruto fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieg's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, as just in case. So suppose this was the victim. That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Curled up in a ball? You feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you have just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but well, it's conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I don't understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be enforced in reality. So the sun is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. The top of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind. Look. Suppose if a bullet had hit it. Does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that the wax on the wall looks like it's blood to me. Well, what is that? It's supposed to... okay. Familiar one? Okay, with firearm. See anything here? That's no. Twist it around. Oh, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. It could be a key for a door that side. Oh, Okay. Interesting. Nothing in here, right? Right, let's ask the inspectors. Excuse me. Oh, inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. No to meet here, sir. Right, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Okay. Let me go prison for now. Lord One Zeeks. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back on the wall reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord One Zeeks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on earth I like to be with the last person on earth I like to see. Couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened that the Inspector Gregson was. Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But forgive me, Lord One Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. You're indebted to him. At the very least, and we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to a case? This? The yard isn't quite as so cavalier with this information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harrowbrain. Of course, yes, I kept forgetting. They went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord 16 never mentions his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. What happened? You at least tell us your side of the story, Lord 16. What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on a Fresno street, that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed, and there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by arriving the officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? No need to answer that. After all, you're not representing me. He's going to need a lawyer, though. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord 16? No, anyone other than you, I should imagine. Huh. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I have prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. The question will be asked for now. Surely not, I assure you. No defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. You didn't actually have anything to do with those people's death, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, So later to inform me of his safe arrival at home, arranged his passage by sea and rail. To relief, I must say, he should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. You stupid little Nipponin's friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I required him the other day. Yes, that's right, he's our other now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harripan is safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I would like to detain you. I wouldn't like to detain you. It's wondering, Lord 16. If you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken an innocent life. It's just my feelings can be used as an evidence in court of law, sadly. It's a very Christian offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please! I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I appreciate if you don't visit again, then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper, find out more about Lord 16 and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Justice? You made a good time. Took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Kazuma! Is everything in place? I have a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama! Your timing is impeccable. It is. Now that you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes? I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord 16 could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. The facts in this case point to one thing. The invulnerable accuser of Lord 16 for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable process. So what does that mean? The trial is tomorrow. Precisely. In fact, this is the final opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. But of course, you are already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asoki here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution? Wait, what? Kazuma, as a prosecutor? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Well, shit. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so, the public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord 16 firmly denies any involvement in such matters. There have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true, or it has been, at least until now. Now, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But It's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplishment young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. Imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Interesting combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. As a personal request, I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. Seems unprecedented, quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of the Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks. That's why you're happy to let foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Crichton's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. But the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto, be direct. Certainly a model that's issued to all personal involvement in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, so as I'm sure you can imagine. That case could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. Just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sorry for all the worry I have caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama. Can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It's the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It's that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry that I've taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Tatsuma? Just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intended on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel! Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But 016 will never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Oh, that's Lord 16 and Inspector Gregson. The photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. That might be his brother, Link. Who's the third person? Was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Rinosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Bum, 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 bum. 16 is still reading that letter. We have been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader or it's an incredibly long letter. Might be able to read the English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely, but I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry, I didn't you hear that? I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that you try set for tomorrow. It's none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asoki. Asoki? That made the color drain from his face. Well then. Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Number 6 became but this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assume it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we have heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was some glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Ten years ago, my older brother, who was the director of the prosecutions at the time, was murdered. The killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asoki. Kenshin Asoki was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asoki. That name is the very epitome of my pain. The pain that is you Nipponese. Right, you hate of all of us, not Japanese. I would just be appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of the prosecution, was hunting down a mass murderer, so-called professor. assigned to the investigation as his partner. As a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. That was Kenji Nasoki. Exactly. It involved a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and curious in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of the right prevailing I was wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Inazuki's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I begged the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor's case inquiry, Lord Mel Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen you still for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, the time passed, but then earlier this year, who should have arrived in London but you? And for all things, as a lawyer, I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. You're obviously deep-loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical, but for so many years that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponians to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asoki, I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Greggson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. He never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I ever encountered it. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put out that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We heard that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering the decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity, if it was Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. My brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. Something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have a great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. You're gone. What the gun that used to shoot the inspector was found at the scene. I guess that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Well... Not sure how many informed us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh, I was issued with the revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Von Ziggs after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No. This is nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating with me with these Nipponese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I have lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there is still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom, a simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I know with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Glyn, and Genshin Asoki, the man he idolized, and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean, this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now. I looked into the future with hope. Since then, I have protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times the mire into which I sunk makes it so almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Alright, give me a sec. Bathroom break. Menace intention. However, you are certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. Understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happiness there that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Huh, what to one man is a little hair problem? It's another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Shams. Good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. Not you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. In realize I might not agree with your methods. There's at least one point on which I would really commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Shams! After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? Wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. So to barge in. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a morning band, I suppose. Father? Shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up and coming student in action. I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oh no. Oh, yes, Gina? Why did you agree to this, eh? Why did you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone said it was him, what killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't for him, who was it? I don't know that, yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find out who done this and make the wretch pay. Okay, it's time. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Narhodo. Lord 16? One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. One who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, and of course to collide headlong in this trial. And whatever the truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. Oh, no jury. Alright. The name of Her Majesty the Queen. Okay, yeah. Counsel for the defense and prosecutions, are you ready to begin? Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing you to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happen like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. So-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Greggson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions throughout the judiciary. Currently, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. No members of the public are present. Might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings and ensure an unquestionable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsel for the prosecutions and defense are both aliens of the Great Britain. Aliens, I believe. It takes an outsiders to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this court of room now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asoki, your opening statement if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered that they are in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside the gunshot all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Regina told us too. There were numbers of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front point at a point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There are scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Okay, time of death. Shot the chest at close range with the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry to put it except the body from behind. The caliber of gun used matches that of a standard issue firearms for members of judiciary. Okay. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, no conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when it's proven it can be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candle broom mounted on that wall. And the tip of one of those candle niches was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. Okay, we got the crime. Scene floor plan. Okay. Now, my lord, the room is rented on Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's a precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found it only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, Counsel. Naturally, the accused himself, Lord Van Zieks. As a prosecutor, if he believes in the oath of office, he is taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baron Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asoki's opening up precise? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure that the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room of on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain anyway nothing. I will simply tell the truth. Must say, Lord 16, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you have become known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. I was investigating the correction and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard the man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. The testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. Moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained anything, in fact. That would have barely qualified as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asoki. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular is not the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Cancel. You may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Hold it! Let's try the press. You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. I identified a distinct possibility that correction was involved in a case that I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. This doesn't Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord 16? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. Yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such a freedom to choose what to divulge on their oath. I did everything I could defend this man. Hold it! Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations in the corrections activities. There's no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was a boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say. You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruto. There is a small desk in the room here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. What did you find? Nothing. Never actually reached the desk. Hold it! So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. You said it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, there could be. But the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going far from bad to worse. You say that that's the point at which you notice the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was a carelessness on my part. Point of fact, my lord, I really did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, you noticed the gun that was fired. Well, someone like to oblige you with an answer? I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know what.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They have all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and it almost gave me a heart attack in the process. You're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling the on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man screamed drew my attention to in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly cannot explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find it was a Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Objection, huh? Hey, new song like this. What's it supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck. But the bullet is long. You could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles altogether, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Oh, that's right, when the candle was hit by the bullet, it was obviously went out, but the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candle broom. And the accused claims that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Now the next lie. There's more. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from the top of the bottom in the police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged, however. They include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this started to sound familiar. There's a common thread linking all of the documents to that board. Indeed, what is the common thread, counsel? They all relate to case prosecuted in court by Barrick 1-6. All of them? Furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves. by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? Yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Council. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What the? Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barack 16 is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asoki's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I've done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing to us on his experience as a defense law attorney to build his prosecution's case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the report that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Okay. Oh! Oh, what's this? Mr. Hardo, look. Oh yes, it's much of some kind of impact. Looks just like a handprint. And the color? That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay. I think that's just it for that. Witness two saw events who unfolded on the day in question.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, hello, spirit. What up, what up? How are you? They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into a room. Very well. Lead the witness in. The defendant may step down for the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. How did case 3 go? Was it as good as you expected? That shit was good. That shit? Case 3, very, very top tier for sure. Holy shit. Who would have guessed Professor was a Japanese? And Asoki's father? Or Kazuma's father? Like, bruh, what the fuck? What the actual crap? It's a great case. It is a top for sure. It's top tier. What the hell is wrong with his mouth? Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. Oh, is that Alice in the Wonderland? How long did the last cross-examination take? It's the hardest one in the game. Which is free and easy, shall we? Last case? Examination? Last cross-examination? Not too long. Not too long, I think. Hey, it's the Goldie guy. I give them the all vacant stairs. They walk down first now and spin 3 words in the letters for them. The Goldie guy. Would I be right in assuming that all 3 of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tips. Oh yeah, and you know, Sid, Dr. Sid. Who would have guessed? She was the real, you know. I thought for sure it was gonna be, you know, the. Once again, I already forgot the name. But, you know, the white hair guy? I already forgot the name. Holy. Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute special for you, sir. Right up your, you know it is. But it was the doctor. Or not doctor, but I guess doctor, yeah, Sid. She was the one, the culprit. 6 pence is the price and not penny less. Eckert? Was it Eckert? Not Eckert. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, cancel. What? Alright, 6 pence it is. You won't regret, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slade Street have just had twins. Is that it? not. No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? I wants to spread, but that's a bit up to you. You have wonder mouth. I got more, you know. Well, another juicy one, 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise on whether it's this that's poking out from under your collar. Collar? Now that I think about it, you know, the collar? What about the next weakness then? What name do you go by then? What do you sell? Venus. Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all local school kids. What the? Did she just light that from her ass? 6 pence a pop? What do you say? You're very exaggerated with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they got 100, they could blow up the school. Whoa! Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Wanna part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in a little secret. If you get 100 of it, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. What the? Pay the woman, council. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff right there. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the old Bailey either. Wait, that is a... Okay, it's a... evidence? Interesting. Oh! Okay. Should we investigate? Let's see what we got. Have you had an idea, Mr. Nardo? You start staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just this. It's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence of worth of fireworks would sound like. Hey, another thing about they kind of do look like a gun ammo, right? But shit could blow up the courtroom. Bang. Okay, I see how. Okay. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. So almost exactly like gunshot. Okay. Think of sorts of thoughts. I think therefore I am therefore I think what the? Because I stand there on the street watching the war go on about me. They call me the observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you a sandwich, and you know it. Sandwich? So, you don't actually sell anything? Problem share is a problem have, as they say. I give advice, I do. And think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, they were quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to a crime scene. And see, thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they were bravely and ran inside to see what was going on, witness the crime. Well, I'll be backward, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Alright, let's hear the testimony, right? Yes. We saw the whole thing from the start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into a room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared of half to death me, so I ran off to find a copper. Okay, okay. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see go inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. Just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on the Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damn dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found in is the only property in the building that's currently bleached. And we know that leaseholder name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony that court had just heard would appear to leave a little room for doubt, becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. Guess for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Damn, how? Alright. Alright.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? Suppose so. The likes of gods don't know the names of the high and mighty. I'll tell you one thing, it was the old Reaper that went the last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before, are you sure about that? Am I sure? Doesn't seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Red hair. Oh yeah, there's a wig there. Yeah, its hair really well red, very neat redder than in my flaming fireworks even. That red mob still burn on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chump? Hey, he was a redhead and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems like the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph out of the victim taken at the scene. Okay, that is Gregson. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, alright. And a red hairpiece. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? Still refused to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to quite suit the man, one might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please cancel. Okay. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim? Unless you only see the blood, but you don't see the hole though. It's supposed to pass. Is that a blood there? I can't quite tell, but we'll see. Was informed that no trunk was found at the scene, so it just disappeared. What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the duck going in though, no question about that. Did you though? Getting a bang. So I'm sure there had to be this guy though, because the wife was there. The guy, you know, the Mrs. Vigil, there has to be the Mr. Vigil. This guy. I think he had to be there. So...
Hold it!
Let me see. So you were the first person to arrive at the scene, is that right? That I was kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going on here?" Lord One Six claims all he heard was a man scream though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There was candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. I see. Even though Lord 16 claims not to have seen any such lodge on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Paragon 6. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily delivered coward. Stood my ground, gave it to that Reaper called Hearts there myself.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? Mr. Sandwich. There's really nothing to me. Empty in the heat, I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could have want with me. I think that maybe you just remember something. Having heard Mr. Gossip last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothing, or nothing, really, nothings. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we are just all just street sellers. It's enough of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you ran him back there. I have to keep that secret. He screamed, he did. He screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was deadly slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Oh! Hey! Is that where it... That's where this must be come from, right? Because there's a handprint of blood. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept thinking that Reaper called Heartster and don't for sure forget it. Just go back a little. You say you got a blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can just keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. Alright. I should present that there, hopefully. If not, or should I press it? I'm not sure if I should press it. Oh well. I got 5 chances, I mean, so...
Objection!
Alright. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really make matter?
Objection!
Objection. The police found no such handprint on the floor during the investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asoki. Alright, I have to check the what for your reaction to the victim of this case. The victim of this case? You mean Gregson? Yeah, there wasn't no there was a such one. Correxy. But it kinda makes sense though. It's gotta do with the 4 names, right? The Keisuke Eishin, which was Giselle Brett, Grexy, and John H. Wilson. But right now, Asoki is alive. But looks like all 4 of those names, somehow ended up getting killed. So it's gonna do something with that. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint and blood left very clear at the scene. On the back of this notice board. But Grexy though? Grexy, man. He was a good man. Why did Grexy have to die? Ah, yes indeed. Indisputably a handprint on the distinctive color of blood. Hey, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
So far, those never names, man. It's coming up. The witness very differently testified that he wiped. Or, the Asoki could be the Genji Asoki too, but it was a Kei Asoki though. But in a way, Asoki is dead. In a way, Eishin is dead. Krexy is dead. And now John is dead.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense assertions is a contradictory. Yes, it is. There is a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I think you have formed a proper hypothesis, counsel. I have. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness account and the handprint found at the scene, I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness account and the location of the handprint is explained by another handprint, probably not. False testimony, probably not. The board moving? Could they move the board? Save the game just in case. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. Wait, what does that tell us? It tells one simple fact: when this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? Bum 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 bum. You're claiming somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we have heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. What? At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? I mean... Save the game. So, you... Okay, wait. He said that he was close to the body when he touched the pool of blood, right? And the pool of blood was here, so if this fell over here... Shouldn't be over here, though? Still either way?
Take that!
This is not possible. Oh, I mean, close? No, I was close, alright? See, I was close. Immediately adjacent to the doorway, I was close. It worked! It worked in a way! It worked in a way! If the court would think back to testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and they couldn't see the body. By heck! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or in his precise words. Bum 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 bum. I don't know about calling it scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Yeah, he was screaming. If you look again at the floor plan, can see what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. The incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. Somebody. Into a position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating this room. Somebody. Somebody. What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The girl is sassy though. The... this one. Venus is kinda sassy. The witness in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking at your glasses at me. I get the message. Very, very saucy. Very saucy. I don't know anything about that. There's a notice board. I just wipe my hand on it. That's all. Girl, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me. I just a sign at the crossroad of life. It was the Reaper. I bet he's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime but they witnessed, and with only the light of few candles and oil lamp by which to see. We can expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. Don't pay to expect too much. If a man tells his quest for knowledge that's destroying the world, that's what I think. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot had rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barrack 16. None of this wrangling over the board changed that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witness despite the circumstances? Absolutely. Like I said, I think this girl is the sauce, so... Oops. Let's see.
Hold it!
You say you were doing business with them. You mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the priorist school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come? So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Aaron's happy, see? She's a scammer. What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teacher gives me a little bonus to thank me for letting him know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a skillful goddess indeed. Got in a bare-faced oh!
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus' statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts? Philosophical thoughts? Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. That great liar said without batting an eye. Telling a barefaced lie is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would these words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? Not entirely sure to be honest, but it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Try to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that? I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. So what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Oh, Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind me, him too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Hehe. Do you mean to say that you did in fact take yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? What the? I said I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? You knew firecrackers packed such a punch? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to a room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. Punishment. I knew she was saucy, man.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying to you, Miss Venus. Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright. You did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright. Just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. She keeps lying. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look at to see if there was anything I could sell, so I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about. Right, now, I have to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. Oh, no, she touched it. Alright then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath it, so I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, damn it. What? You daft barnbot? I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken perhaps to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. The truth now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. And a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you add. What? Oh, so it was you, was it? You are the one who took it. Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there, was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor's case, no doubt. The boss used to wind up it every evening without fail when he was waiting for his scrap to come at the pub. I see. I swapped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and binding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. Took it to Jabez that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working, knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted to as Evans launch. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. Doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why JB's didn't want it for a waste. Yes, indeed, it appears to have stopped at the hour 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Okay. Badly cracked. Look, what's a shame when the inspector clearly look after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. So very other things like this are a useful man to have around in fact. But can you remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd job man? tiny little stop sticking out from this small hole here, look. Suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. Okay. Small part of the... Okay. Oh! Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here, can you see? Hey, I think I have the key though, don't I? I have the key! Yeah! Hey! I have the key. This one, how do I... How do I... I guess I can, you know, put it in. I mean, I already have it, you know. As a, you know, there. Bro. Could this... Yeah. Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try that once. There's not moment to lose. Exactly. Good. I knew it. A perfect fit. Look. Inspector Watch has started going again. Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up. That's it. That's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well... Alright, obviously I gotta put these on something. Now that continue with your cross-examination, please cancel. Let's see. I wonder if I...
Objection!
Nice. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wounded the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Oh no, but cancel. The watch was stopped at almost exactly at 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound out. Down. It's merely coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the three witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. He reasonably assumed, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't be expecting the watch to have completely worn down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, hey! But how do you explain it then? Summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? That was answer. So he was already dead? Oh, shit. It's the most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Already dead, crazy. Extraordinary in the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? You really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there's something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I burned my hand in a dirty great bottle of blood. Yes. The victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. It gets down fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood.
Objection!
Could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it didn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
Objection! But the gunshot was last heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt about your ears, sirs. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, Counsel. Well...
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious. The very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little fireworks can only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The really special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot in fact. You try to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. Sought to implicate him by creating a sound like gunshot for these peddlers on fresh no street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barack Van Zieks. One whiff to of a match and my firecracker go pop. See, it's fair people like him.
Objection!
Recently during my time here in Britain, I have learned of a very useful information indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whenever you like, whenever you like. To start out, I worry that your unfortunate praising there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planned at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Okay. I mean, there's only one option, right?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in the candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible, why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes, but is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victims around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The carpet somehow touched the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. And after the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down along with the other two. And until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we have been led to believe the previous day even. Now, just hold on your horses. All of us lot here saw the victim going into a building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw enter the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, neither can be awake. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red ear hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say it was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick? In other words, Inspector Crexon's killer! What the? Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruto. Kazuma, I'm really quite amazed you have come this far. Catch-up. But after all, it wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer. You love Kazuma's prosecutor team? Yeah, it's a good one. I also noted the lack of a time there in this report as dark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system had leaves a lot to be desired. Oh no! Prosecutor Asoki, what on earth do you mean by that statement? It's not often that the theme on its own would be spoilers like this one, just by containing Kazuma's leitmotif the way it does in this part coming up. Yeah, this one. Bam, bam, bam. So we cannot allow him in the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just a conjecture, but while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I will agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Crexon doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? This is probably, your favorite song in the game, to be honest? Oh? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. Hydrate? Actually, out of water. So far... I have an idea too, the case. I mean, it's a red wig. Bam, ba, ba. Red-headed leak article, this one.
Take that!
I believe this red hair piece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of the disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Sure not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd, except that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, Camsel? They've been targeting a red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. Bam, bam, bam. My lord, defense calls for those two men to be summoned at once. The 2 red heads. Inspector Crexon, clearly infiltrate the red-headed league using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such a contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruto. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, please. Okay. At once, my lord. The court is adjourned. Alright, 30-minute session. 30-minute recess, huh? Bum. To be continued. New. Dun. Save the current progress. Save complete. Trial part 1. Done, right up. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Shums, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That their boss, actually died in the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Shums. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's just strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate mission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. And Dr. Sid, yep. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Shums? You were taken in by the trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. That same as the underlying sin of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Shums' suit, I mean. That's right, Zeus, and it was me who took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? How would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't try him with the same process, you, Sholmes. Yes, well, there's the whole issue of the Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Von Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Von Zieks, Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we would arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? Oh, the answer will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over by very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes. Alright. Call on the witness. Okay. Very good. It's eating spaghetti. These two men are currently being held in by the police on suspicion of satiric extortion. You may omit your occupation, but state your names and now for the court. I am Fabien de Rocio, a descendant of the great de Rocio family from Nice in France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Napoli? The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for the European nobility. As you just saw. So what? The small one sometimes does a shoryuken. Wait! Those who graduate them from DMC are the future head leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea of how boring it is to be born with a noble blood? Otherwise, I make my mission to get the better of the world. The world, by employing the little gray cell on my brains. That is all I'm trying to do, So, it's the only reason for this whole grand exception you've been carrying. I missed it, man! Come on, show me the little guy again. Do it. Oi, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the pretty plans. The strange combination. Oh, there you go. Shoryuken. See, couple. Listen to me, Pepino. I like that. That's a nice reference. Che, are you about to tell me about when you grabbed the anecdotes, Viva? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me Z's capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. The below, there it is. The capos trump a card. The furrow bro. It is deep, capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words. Sound like capo. Cupo? The crowd's been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, this guy. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, Capo. Let me tell me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi Mountain. We serve the dogs. One day the world will respect us, it's every night he would... Thespian, Pepino. Enough. Quiet. I will explain the rest. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. Was this one, I believe, entitled to Red-Headed League? Oi, this guy. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. That is, if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. And the data state specified red-headed hopeful gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. For each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, none? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as joke with red-headed folk like a coster orange sparrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present at that day. Oi, I have seen more red-headed people in the 1 days than I will see in the rest of my life. See. Now, and now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry, the date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They have only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, for testimony... Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. With the law, huh? We had more than 1,000 red-haired people assembled in the park on Lime Streets that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, a couple. None. I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. How do you know he's dead? How do you know he's dead? But I show you he was not in the park. Because they don't know anything about this case yet. Don't you know the picture? This victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we caught up in the first place. Give me sworn testimony that this man in photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oh, wait. I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. That's, I can promise. Did you know that you have been arrested for a grand deception? However, accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurance. Oofa, with this attitude, we get out nowhere out. It's really shocking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. Reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question. That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Okay. Alright, let me try again. Right away, was it
Hold it!
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oh wait, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end over the day. Surely, then you can actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the redheads is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there were some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red earpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. It was that these two had only been shown that photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. But if I reflect on one other detail about the victim, for example, his fish and chip, his profession, he's a cop. His concerned apprentice, I can certainly appreciate that you just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man is the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? Mr. De Rossi. Che, see? I am almost adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friends? The last remark by any chance? What did he say? He just say about the detective? Yes, that. Your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Good lord. Oh no. Explain this to Walter facing your testimony witness. Simple, a man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madam, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten I've forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to the park. Pasta, Capo. Pasta. You beat me out of many things, but that too. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's the time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Both? Sharp, tart, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oh wait, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. Oh well, however, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. Can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. Be this guy. No resemblance with what I read then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, "You are really a detective, show us the proof." See, the couple here, he doesn't take a nonsense, But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Council nor incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, his papers were fake. Seto Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another day. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was a fantastic goal. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming, even made us very scared. Okay. Let's open it. Yeah. Yes, it really looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something black out on it. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Scotland Yard's insignia. It's genuine to me. But how? How the department and the identification number details are all correct as well? Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say, I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification books issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? The real thing. The real thing, huh? Wait, so... He had to. It's the real thing.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification lookbook very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is it really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question which we can answer ourselves.
Objection!
Objection! Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it. That is the boss says. No question about it. It can be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who wanted the red-headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Swallows. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have to report it straight away. I mean, he was always honored to me about it. If you lose someone to report it at once, he said. Can it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Hey, what are you saying? Unable to? You're not just suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Correct. Oh no. The defense poses that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. To you two, have anything to say about that? I know nothing. Way. I done nothing. Way. Punish that to kill Peppino. Bon deal. You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, man. Now I wish I had a return to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lume, stop your bunny and start talking. Well, I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will try your eyes to testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. Alright, bathroom break. So through this, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. Took the man's identification from him and shot at him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And then next morning, he will let him go. Spent the night in the nice room. It wasn't nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, no. It was not like a real prison, It was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, capo. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oofa, so it was my fault, right? Just because I got the day of the ferry wrong by one little date. I'm not saying it was your fault, Pepe, you don't know it. No. Per favor, capo, it's not a fair. Okay. I think was it You let him go, huh?
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? But it was nothing, it's just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of the work, eh, capo? You guys had a fight, what happened? Oofa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him being sure, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So who do you think we are? Of course not. As we caught.
Excuse me.
No. Mr. Frosty, is there something wrong? Hey, me? Something Mr. Rossi just set him to make you, hydrate? Cavallo, at something like that, you don't wanna have the capo after you, believe me. I speak from a personal experience. Personal experience. So isn't that Poppy? No, there's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed clique plan into action, I was scared. It's not fair to the couple, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the couple here, he came after me like a turbine, and he tracked me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, couple? Bruises, you say? Oh, the color! And you wanna see my fantastical bruises? That's enough, Pepinos. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do? I show you, or I don't. I show you, or I don't. You do! Now! Alright, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Just like the big mouth guy. Just like this guy had a... Interesting. That the red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes he is very... So that's enough! Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Wait, let me see something. I can't quite tell if Grexy had one too. Maybe he did have... Strangle, maybe? What the red ring around Mr. DeRoss's neck? What about, it's important? Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you. So I made you testimony with the details about that mark on your neck. Hey, Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I have to say, This guy is kinda saucy, though. The tall guy is very saucy. The couple put a collar on him and dragged him back like they did to me, see? Then, I think it is right. His body is supposed to be tightly curled up and there's a real... Oh, curled up, maybe?
Objection!
That's why. So today, before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No. It was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However you describe it, there's one clear inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? We asked the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Is there or is there not? You will see there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took a color of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Yeah, okay, I think you might have been, this guy. We expected to see bruising on the victim who was put in the color more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed, that's most peculiar. What we tell you, we say this from the beginning many times. Oh wait, Pepino's right. Same man is a photograph. He is someone different to same man we held captives that night. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited Park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all!
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Since genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard, it's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. We also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed league in his diary for that day, which surely means we can divorce the two events completely. The inconsistencies noted by the defense is most troubling. Between the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did the person came to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the red-headed league's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruto. So why don't you help us all to see whatever the truth it is that you have apparently seen? It's obviously imposter! Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruises can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument is up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson identification? See, that's right, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo tracked him from a pillar to a post with the dark color. Was that so harsh as you say, So who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man, those two imprisoned that night. I mean, come on now.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would that Richter be doing with a police inspector with the identification paper? Figure it out, have you? I mean, witness, is this the name man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the red-headed leak, say. He's looking for the twisted lip. Leak? No. Perhaps rather than making a rash claim next time, you should bite your lips next instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable facts remain. During his testimony of earlier, he had a, yep. I know something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. What? Fence demands that Mr. Cosby be brought back to the stand. Bailiff, bring him here immediately. Bring the guy here. That's right. I don't like this trial having no jury. I love it. I love it. It's just like the OG trilogy. There's no jury. I love it. F the juries. And the double ring of bruising in this. I love it. It's straightforward like this. I just love it. Who cares about the jury? Who cares about the opinions? They don't matter. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Oh yeah, did you like the dance of deduction in Enoch Trapper's workshop? The one with the anti-gravity machine? Yeah, that shit was just dumb. Anti-gravity? Come on, Sholmes. Come on now. And you know, that dynamite too? Oh, just the anti-machinery, you know, timer. Yeah, right. That shit's gonna explode, man. Yeah, it might have been a down, but the animation was really cool. True though, true. I just had this with me. It's a Birdman, isn't it? Him walking past all the floating furniture. A Birdman, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. You, Mr. De Rossi, and Mr. De Rossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in big trouble, Agia Capo. It's quite enough literature chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Like, at first, I kinda believe, you know, this anti-gravity stuff. I mean, I didn't believe. I believe like, you know, the room could be switched upside down. Imagine a room like that. Maybe I watched too much show. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not his man. This is right. See, you think we would forget these grand leaps? I never live Fresno Street. All right, I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world. Me, I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off these guys with a face like this? Oh my god, just realize! That guy? This guy! The hairstyle? Everything? Maybe? Could be this guy! Oh, Daily Beagle. I mean, different hair color, of course, but I mean, a man can change in 10 years, right? A man can change in 10 years. What have I been telling you? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? That's right. Except, that's right. But you were working as a guard. Used to work. Yeah, this will be rewarded to his family. He was the former chief warden of the Berkeley prison. A brief cross-examination, I think, Council. Very brief. Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfast at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. I think it's him! I think this guy's him. The hairstyle could be him. Alright, let me press this guy. Is there anything else? Alright, yeah. Let me start with this, yeah, this guy. I think it's him. So, you heard of the red-headed league, don't you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold a tasty tidbits to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I have even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose if that counts. Who knows? As you can see, my own hair not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me settling up to some...
Excuse me.
Mr. De Rocio? Wait, can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near at the park, a small house or something. To be at the headquarters of your red-headed clique, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Oh, Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oi, he had some kind of contract his and they clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street. Me, like I said before, you mistaken me for someone else. Some of it's the same face. No, the couple is right. I remember that too. He was paying the man with the bank notes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name of the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he's had no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! Hugh Boone. Alright, yep, it's him. Because Hugh Boone room had the picture of the wife. It's him. Had this in there. It's him. I'm a peddler of the bits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of the witness. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. But I never, in what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name. The leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. Which, between us, I don't like to blow me on my trumpet, but there's no father peddler of tidbits in town. So A, I happen to be able to afford a crappy little room in a falling down backstreet house. What you do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 worker redheads in there last time. Hey, if either was his worker, it's not me. Sinken, Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned, no fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boom. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since that body was discovered. It's been here under our noses all along. It does make a difference. Alright, should I?
Objection!
Yeah. If you have no kingfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the spare furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Oh. I presume, as you have been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are! I don't know, what do you mean? I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide these unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his permanent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make another impenetrable disguise. Would you agree, Mr. Hick Boone? Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to a court. No, please, no. Ba 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 ba.
Take that!
Take that! Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution services in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. That explains why you have not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really. It's simply enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailey, bring a soap and a sponge and a wash ball at once. Mr. DeRose and Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness. Oi, my lord. See, my lord. Oh. No! Stop! Get off! Don't! Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So witness says, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather. Was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warden at the Barclay prison. The chief warden. You, Carrier, had promised why you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling the title of Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true, I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at the Parkley prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Wretched. Wretched. As you say, it was 10 years ago when my employment at Parkley Chief Warrior came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But the exams were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day I returned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street, but your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at the Parkley prison. I was determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented at the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street, the scene of the very crimes we are investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. I transformed myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man above town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in their room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decide to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence a piece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson, what on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. He, the Inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I became, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day on forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. Secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? The plot thickens. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit overseas tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance works in cheering people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Financially? Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need to not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, right? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. Oh, Crexy. In time, he started to bring up papers with him to their room as well. Became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me. Acting on the inspector orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise and then went uninstructed to the park armed with the inspector's identification book. Never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Damn. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asoki. Our learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location the day before his corpse was discovered at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they impersonate the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci monsieur de la defense for proving it. What? Well. Oh no. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of the sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Ugh. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Objection! No.
Hold it!
Hold it! Azoki? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma. What question, counsel? Concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of the professor, Kenshin Asoki! I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm, as collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. It's to reach his memories of what happened 10 years ago. To tell the tale of Kenshin Asuki's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Kazu, Prosecutor Asoki. Do you generally believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind the Inspector Gretchen's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. The defense has no objection. I see. In the case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role as the prison 10 years ago. But for some particular reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that strike you as strange, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job? Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Witcher's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we pluck it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. When they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. What? But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Some crucial memories to return to him, but should I? Should I present? Yes, do it. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law and I have to do to pursue the matter. Oh! Shit! Ah! Ah! Oh yeah!
Take that!
Your words? You claim to have left the post of chief war of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? Oh no, I don't. This is a dismissal notice of ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure then my resignation-based dismissal notice is nonsense. You seen it? If you were to forcibly dismissed, there must be have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to a few remaining record, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. Yet, that execution never took place. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, bang! A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing execution at that time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder, Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th June 10 years ago. Now it's time for you to track them up. Mr. Vigil. Yes, the whole prison. It was a complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped throughout Barclay like a hurricane. What? Aurora! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, the memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The image, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Trevor. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, a plot number 139. Blood's blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and debris from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I reviewed the police records from that time extensively, and throughout the investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard. to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape? You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to a governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4A. Well, it seems the fellas in Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And in the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. I tried. It's over. Oh! Oh! And he passed out. Cheap. Ripperino. Monka's here. Ripperino. Bailey, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Holy!
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse,
did you transform into a Super
proceedings
Saiyan?
came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
The Professor!
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued! See? Oh boy. Take my progress. Investigation part 2, huh? Investigation. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Mitchell was taken to a hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Mitchell attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office, but ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Well, shit. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. No, we did not. Bruno! Oh, Iris? You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Yes. Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Shum is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's attendance chambers, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. But the constructions of the solution comes only at the expense of the destructions of something else. What does that mean? Just remember that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and live well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. It's so true. Bum 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 bum. You do, Mr. Or Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigations. Well, the song stopped. God damn! This morning's trial. So I did go into court this morning. Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. No one seeks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too, Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound, but the way he was chasing down Mr. Witcher's forgotten past. It's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? We really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zix has to be innocent, you see. What, the day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse early. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, notes of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zix, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on the Fresno Street that day in the first place? According to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turned out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. Very much I might have to investigate. I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed league the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Yeah, Mr. Shaw was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I really wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the red-headed league that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Ritchell in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do with the dude that he wishes to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than the salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. But anyway, if Lord 16 felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree, we must try to find out what he knows. What did you say? Is that the name? Of the lady who came to visit her this day? Yes, right. They asked Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Well, Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Mitchell had been taken to hospital? You know which one? Saint Sinner, of course. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Bruno. You have found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have by accident. 10 years ago, Mr. Mitchell was the chief warder at the prison. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Oh. It's more, for 10 years after that, while he was astonishingly working as a butler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Inscrexy, but why? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, Chidi was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Mitchell, don't you? Back to Saint Sinners then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you've been more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson's shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol, it's stuff full of piping hot extra special pen of mine that I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Ba ba ba. Let's go to Lord Justice of first things first. Oh, there's Kazuma. No arguments, Prosecutor Asoki. We'll continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Did I find Lord Strongheart by the sound of it? He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asoki. My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Kazuma. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted to want Zeke's trial concluded today, but Prosecutor Asoki's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it to take longer than necessary. Welcoming inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours 55 minutes and 41 seconds, 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto. In a miracle, it's not even 5 minutes. I need information. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asoki believe that Lord 16 is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. Just 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial that Lord 16 made a name for himself among the judiciary, but next trial he fought he lost. It meant the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. Well, that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Rayleigh. And people believe Lord 16 was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. A total of 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidence. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. That's why it's a close trial. Precisely. This country hasn't seen a close trial for 10 years. The last one was the Professor's, the trial of Kenji Nasoki. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. 16 entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, but he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man was 16 had condemned now, looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Professor Asoki. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Pop, pop. Bop, bop, bop. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma is my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. We're going to prison first, though. We're gonna meet Lord 1-6. Lord 1-6 is reading book. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here early. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? He apologized? Speaking earnestly? Oh, the fuck will lit over London for the first time in months or tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. Yo! Minari, thank you so much for the raid. Hey there, hola, Rainbow. Hola, hola. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid.
FBI, open up!
FBI, open up. How are you, Rainbow? How is the stream, Minari? Thank you very much. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by the fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor's friend. FBI raid? For once, someone called me a rainbow instead of snowy, so how? Minari raid, Minari raid, Minari raid. You. What up, Caramel? Hey there, Yeet. Nari? Yeet Nari. Yo, yo, yo. For us, Max, such as me, and a lot of Nipponese so to be, and turn at the mercy of the two of you. Doing good now, Rainbow, doing good. I suppose. Super great, one of my best. Hey, I'm glad to hear, I'm glad to hear. What were you playing? Nibi Sauce, suddenly talking. Played the part. Hope you guys good stream, bro. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Venari. Converse, the Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allow people to believe you were the Reaper because it would help reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing the parts benefits the cause. A cause I myself am committed to pursuing. Oh, Fall Guys. Fall Guys. Then why would I choose to say anything? But then, I haven't finished this game yet. I hope this is not a spoiler for you then. I hope this is not a spoiler for you. I'm on episode 4 of the second game right now, so... The henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence. Above all this, someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. Organization, huh? It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. Now, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Oh, good. You don't mind spoilers? How's Ace that we've been? I'm gonna go have fun. All right, Rainbow. Go have fun. Ace that we've been very good, very good. Especially the previous case, top tier case. That somebody at the Scotland Yard is involved. The plot is very thickening right now. Someone that you can mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the essential figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson? What? No. No! Gregson, the Reaper? No shot! So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? Monkas? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with the close ties to Scotland Yard. But there is no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. You're saying that that he was behind all of those awful criminals beating their... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! He was the tactician. His job was to accurately investigate the marks in the blood their assassinations. No way, Crexy! In order to do that, without an accused arousing suspicion, he literally needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Witcherell came in, posing as the inspector. Witcher knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the head operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Oh shit, actually, I do have a name? You what? But if you can't name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or if I can name the woman. She's a young woman, but the name... Oh! Assassin! Of course! But she's dead though! She's dead! Jessel Brett is dead! What the... Oh my god, it's all connected, those 4 names, man! But how wonder John H. Wilson though? Wait, what? Shin! Miss Asa Shin, the true name of the terrifying killer I know only too well. Oh my god! She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and married Dr. John H. Wilson. Then just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. All they were dead, like I said! And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Holy shit! Mr. Naruto, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, yeah, Iris is there. Because Iris doesn't know it. It's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Holy! Oh my god. The case 1, it all connected from the case 1 right away. Oh, the first case of the game, very first case. Jesus. Holy crap. It started it all, man. It started it all. Usually the prologue, the tutorial, you know, is nothing. The first episode is like, you know, nothing, I guess. But, especially in Trilogy though. Phoenix Wright, Trilogy, the first game. I think. I guess anyway, no, actually they did have a... Because that statue killed Mia though. Yeah. Damn. Damn. Was coming out of canker from a society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Killing 6 was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having one sake mine. You saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago on a fucking night. What was to be Professor Van Streck had sent a wave of panic throughout the capital. So Clean 6 had already been killed at this point then. Genji and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of that man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! You're surrounded. All our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's 1-6 alright, we got him. Could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asoki's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Wait a second, what if the real killer, you know, was Clint himself? He was the true professor, and you know, I don't know, maybe, and you know, Genji took the blame for it? If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me? Oh my, I'm speechless like that. I don't know anymore. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genji lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. What if... 2 days later... What if this is all misunderstanding? The professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost brother, a revert, and foreign friend I held in such a high regard. I'm so sorry. Lord Van Zeeks. Instead of my miserable tale, I never thought I recruited to anyone. But thank you for confiding in me. The professor, the Reaper, the Spectre, Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. Still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jessal Brett. Mr. Naruto, let's go confirm my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Sit back to Great Waterloo Hotel then. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Great Waterloo. I told you this and I think it again. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. Matthias' finger fragrant. A finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady, and you are... Ah, really? So you're the author of the Adventure of the Hundred Sholmes, are you? It's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Hehe. You won't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruto, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of this symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm very sure you amused by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was just you who impressed me. Really? You missed a step against Asoki, and we all know how capable he is. Really. To have made you into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruto, I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, you have something to this report, father. Of course, shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where the Judge Jigoku has got to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I heard rumors some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting a student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. No Van Zeeks, who was in the dock for today, was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. That's right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you have heard, but the truth is, isn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths? It was somebody else? I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Jessel Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John A. Wilson. H. And that's not something we want others to find out about. Not like this anyway. Ah, I just remember something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. It was rather out of the blue. Just doing this deliberately. Think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sherlock's. But the name of the great author is in Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father! Dr. John H. Wilson was deeply indebted to man for all the kindness he'd showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen on to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Human University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by GSL Bread. Why? How would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke out about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably the best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Haven't seen Chijoku for a while, have you? Guilty. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday about Judge Chijoku having once been in the dock himself. Ah yes, he was all tied up with that accursed trial. The close trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand? Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it was worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah, yes, talking about Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together. Oh, nice. What a lovely picture. This could be probably evidence again. Judge? Chigoku? Might be a sassy again. I don't know. Could be a suspect. None of us had any idea what was coming with when we took that, did we? No, we did not. No, that's so true. The favor. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father? What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You have seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judication is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently in fact. But I have not even been in London in a year yet. I read all of Susato's report. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Woo! So, you'd be leaving then, Runo. But then, what am I supposed to do, father? You came here to serve as Asoki's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation though. You have always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand, and I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. What I asked is that you consider it and come to the decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes. Alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Oh, don't look at me like that, Iris! Don't look at me like that. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will, but it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Don't look at me like that, please. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and this Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Of course, father, thank you. I look forward to our next month installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. Bop, 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 bop. Bop. Then best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. Going back home. You know, Tatsuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? He was listening? Oh, Mr. Sholmes? Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of the Japan himself. I see. Well... He looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father supports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. It's not a moment to lose. To kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this assent. I will, but what is it? No question at the time. If you please, Mr. Sato, all we can do is pray. That for once, my deductions are very. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally... normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exactly now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I still have no time to hide behind the status and disrupt on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sailing of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace. Left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. Let's catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call Asa cab straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Mr. Vicious hospital bed. This is the ward where Mr. Vichu was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. So sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He's much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, and all these years, I have carried a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I also came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I begin to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could do to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Richard all along then. Sure, this is just the search for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. Sure, you'd rather not to dredge upon even more from years past this time, but... Possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't even know about. Because of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd be sent to be an inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never. A common street patrol couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to a specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Hoo-ha. So it's just something to leave an impression so everyone there would think a detective called Correction was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken a prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would have always make a point of showing Gregson identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. But that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector, but at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight, 17 June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. The professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Rather, the execution itself must have been used to defect the plan of escape. How do you dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was? Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in this country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never in question. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warden first had to sign the necessary papers. After that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When execution took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into a mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, and then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think of anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I couldn't imagine that Asoki, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in the Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, it was finally shut in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in the Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder. I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asoki couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Kenshin Asoki. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. For the trial, which was carried out behind the closed doors, attended to only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was the time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potential establishing a case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warden, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. Remember, it's being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. The following day, the close trial took place and the verdict was to no surprise, guilty. At night, when he was brought back to his cell, he saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Atsuki. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asoki's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Oh, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Is it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asoki's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? But even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The problem was that we were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. Lifeline? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Weapon? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and I left him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It seemed that that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asoki's will but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asoki's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. My guess the will is in the sword or in the katana, probably. Who knows? Probably. Who could be? You know, it is the inheritance. The warriors gathered up on Asoki's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan. You see, to poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kane was livid. He was screaming it cannot have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we understand that only Mr. Ritual was aware of this villa's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know how to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed to as though he knew of the villa's existence from the outset. I mean, he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asoki Papers. The Asoki Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. Forgetting all this until today, I don't suppose it's relevant to the case though. But anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Mitchell. We are very grateful. I'm afraid there's a really little more I can tell you. My wife Amy will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I should be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes, what is it? The Azuki papers? I'd be grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of riddle that Kenshi Asoki penned just before he's dead, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with this plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about the document than Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Witch's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go, back to Barclay Prison. Bop, 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 bop. Where is it? Bop, 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 bop. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I heard all about your investigations and read the report just now. You have found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is now not to be Barclay. We're not like you. You get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes, Mr. Witcher stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the job. Hey, Kimmer, you can very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as are hard as irons too. So, what's brought you to doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about actually. Is that so? Really, there might have been a document that disappeared from Kenshin Ashoki's cell. I think it's being called the Asoki Papers or something. Did I now say Gretchen's death is now to with the things that might have happened at the Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool our boot with the relevant details. His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had collaborated on the prison stuff, you mean? A, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sit, my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil said he didn't know anything about it. The rascal won't they say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I did not like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed? Eh, I do. Wouldn't they say otherwise though, would you? Of course I can't shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's apparently anybody that can spot went on at the time now. Will Correction having been murdered and Dr. Sigmar forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors, someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, you're not going home empty-handed. And I would not dream of sending you packing with now, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. I'll be back then. It'd be that last with the forensic division, Maria Gori. Maria Gori. Hey, Sid's daughter, she didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee Barons followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah, the girl. To Sid's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. Gori. So she's Dr. Sid's daughter, but her surname is Gori. Hey, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I deny the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in the charge of Gregson autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee Lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps, her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Hey, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak with Miss Goey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you now give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like stretching up these painful memories for everyone. Can you no just stay away? No, leave me alone and then come back here. How did you come to gain about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who have heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him. Mr. Wickel told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We have been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors, or rather, Keiji Soki's. Hey, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Iris, no, you're off half a cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. Was there in the cell exactly where it should have been? Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Yeah, this could be a fake one. Here you are, see? The last will and testament of Kenji Asoki written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of Joe's apprentice scruples, but I might says he leaves all his worldly possession to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct, that's the gist of it. So these are the Asoki papers? Hey, of course they are. Papers written by Asoki, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie, that's your lot. After all the stramas of the slaters of an execution, we sent the man's possession back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto, just in case. I, Kachasuke, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possession and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asoki in the Empire of Japan. It is with the deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Those papers are now to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. Bop 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 bop. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asoki now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. When though he was always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner, it's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it would be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfilled your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you standing in the foreign courtroom so gallantly, realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but suppose it's just another twist of fate. But Tatsusato's father was himself is as visiting spirit here once along with the Judge Jikoku but what happened with your father? And you'll have no difficulty understanding. Why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting spirit myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's getting a lot on for a year now, since what happened on that SS Beria. Raiding across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences had led to those tragic events, I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was in a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something that you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. Compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body out of the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembowelling passenger and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. Besides the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly a little lost. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man. Nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Terrifying for you? Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. Now on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. The formula tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to do with his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of the British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to a prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involved Trevor. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talk about your dream. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Unswerving? 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home told me that Kenshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. Was Professor Mikotoba your father, Susato-san? Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. When it helped me to fund my university education at Yume, I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer and that Rider occurs the Asoki name. Oh no. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from the relative of one of the victims. If whoever had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear that resentment was always going to be a problem. Still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There's a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by the fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him. He'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I shoved the letter to Judge Jikoku, to the other visiting student. He folded for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it in his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaking momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to a strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Kenshin Asoki. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, it's Kasuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Lawyer. Lord 16 isn't the Reaper, you know. I must not want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Prime Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Pirate 16 is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. It's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken from another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Present the Asoki papers. Oh yeah, do they? I wonder. Let's come up and try to end it. As something as little dubious as mean, the fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Kirkson's autopsy report. Yes, there was some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with suddenly took everyone by surprise. The idea the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering what in the pocket watch that had stopped and the scorched marks on the candle, suddenly a distinct possibility evidenced in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, so I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. Gory again, huh? Okay, locate scene by Park Lake Prison, you mean? You know it, don't you? The prison where my father was incarcerated. I robbed his of his life. Bum. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. Fought for. For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asoki clan. Ah, Kazuma's father. Genshin Impact. Asoki. That's what I said when I heard the name. Genshin Asoki. I said Genshin Impact. My only slightly regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by Master Swordsmith during the Second Warring Stage period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip of the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asoki clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was visiting a student here in London, he's had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I have said a little too much. Kazuma, you have changed. No, Brinosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened, but the fact is those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in the court tomorrow, but whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to do as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking up any prisoners. Prisoners in the courtroom, I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Hey, it changed. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being in that room, it's probably full of the spirits of the deceased. But actually, there's a lot of pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being in that room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Monkas? What was that? Kashing, 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 kashing. Dr. Curry. What? That noise before, I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis and unexpectedly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you do it nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do it nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time? See, was that a tooth? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Some of that? We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. The shit has some scruples at least. Oh dear. Looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway. For the time being, you mean? Until we die? I hope that's our way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Okay, I think... Mr. Curry, we actually came here to ask you about this. It was very good. Good, sorry. His skin didn't snag my plate once, a very little mess. His joints discolored easily and his muscles tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded at time of death. Oh, is that my fault? Oh, that made me jump? Then please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't the autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Was taught not to write it. By whom? Mel Strongheart, the Lord Shields. Okay, Strongheart is so saucy, sauce. Strongheart is super saucy right now. Lord Strongheart came. He said that from reading the statements about the contract and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. and on 1st November when the contract was shared. I like Gary, she's fun. She's fun. In a dark way. But that's not the time of death you wrote on that report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gary, you are hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here then. Huh? That's she scribbling so furiously. There. You've written... What? What's you written? Tell us. The time of death. Indeterminate. But... What? Okay. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily have coincidence with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. Well. If you like the fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went up. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate it? Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you ever to chill the body nice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. If the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, the living fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not, but today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine how many households in London are equipped with such a device. Not even not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street though. I wonder if the inspector body had been chilled somehow. What might be the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart about this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Pearl Clay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sid, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently, you always enjoy listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint 16 as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord 16, the professor's final victim? The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy will happen right here in this very room. The professor and Clint 16. They both spent their final moments before their burial on the dissection table there. This lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. We wonder if you could tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Crowley. The professor's execution was the Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution playing chamber. Assigned a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, did you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting to down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was triggered by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I said the same thing. Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint 1-6. Was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor of one victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Yuji Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came in to identify Kenshin Asoki as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can look at them? They are filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see, 1-6. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruto? They aren't here. There's nothing under 1-6. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away. Lord Strongheart. No one is allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. Consulting detective? No. You don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name? Oh my god. Deep I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Herlick. I'm Runo. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remember something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, I'll come with you then. Oh, no. There's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. But for now then, good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? Remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Oh. Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too. That's the way it usually works, yes? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving pretty strange all of a sudden. I mean, she's the one who took it probably. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had many visitors. This was really fun. Next time you come, I prefer if you were ready to for this section. I can't make any promises, sorry. Okay, let's see. What else is? Oh yeah. The crime scene itself. Let's go back. Okay, the police are still busy investigating here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, that's been established fully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, it's a trunk there. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? You can always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initial on the outside look. T. Oh, Tobias Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi, what do you think you're doing? It's my trunk, that is. And hands off. Gina? Where were you hiding? Alright, bathroom break. Always ask, where have you been there last year? Try not to incur your wrath mainly. Your boss. Should hear them talking about at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They are saying that it was the boss who killed all of the Blotchers. Oh, you mean the Fall Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all of them criminals what got off the scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Six who used the bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously, was that blooming Reaper giving the other orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been back as at the Reaper's work. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. And so you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. Dates, times, place names, on a long list of them. A whole detail about the blotches that's supposed to have been done by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was the record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? And as it happens, it was full of names I recognize anyway. Well, the Reaper's target was for almost exclusively unknown leaders of the London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? Pretty sure the date against was 31st October. Day before the inspector was found dead. So what's an odd name? Remember like the names I haven't seen before? It was something like that's no good. I can't remember it. I think it was an English name, but put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but their same name kept coming up and over and over. Shin. It was. That always means anything but. Ah. Did you say Shin? Eh? What? It doesn't mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. Now he found out her name appeared in Gretchen's secret notebook. Haven't seen you for a little while, have you, Gina? Mr. Rachel. Okay, results, huh? Hey, Toby! Such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can you tell it how police business in it? You know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound ear, right? Because he looks oh so hell is honest. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. She's Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police talk means something quite different and not altogether nice to have those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canyon at least. Should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, was Toby who managed to locate Draper's workshop. And it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do you have something, I mean...
Take that!
There's one, right? Well, just I'm Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Oh. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Alright. Chief Inspector, make sure for Gina there. Oh, looks what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, must have belonged to him. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. Toby! Yeah, Toby's nice. Toby's nice. You nearly got away with it too. You were stuck so probably of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of rumor, wasn't it? It's enough now then, Gina. Eh, I think it's time for you to talk the truth about the trunk. The metal trunk. You don't like that, it's just weird. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss overcoat. And as soon as he done that, he went up like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich, not to a bag of sand chips? Naruto. I believe the Gina means the weakness. Sandwich, huh? Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. The boss trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly enabled. Nah, he napped it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing else. Put you a damn leave the cheeks of it, eh? Still dead boss stuffing to flock. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. It's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make a use of it. Is there something wrong with that? Eh, well... Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Don't worry about me. One with it. Thank you. Oh, Doki. Alright, let's see. Open this. Let's open this. Alright. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport. It's authorizing him to travel overseas. Oh, it's France, right? 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Rex went to France the day before his body was discovered. Oh. Have you seen this huge gas across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal just like this to have been so badly damaged. Whoever made that gas must have struck the inside of the trunk with a considerable force. Wonder how it happened. Think... Oh! Oh. Yeah, it's the plot. Think... That's... all. Within 1 week from the 31st October, destination port of Dunkirk, France. Permission to applicant to one additional person and one additional person to travel. Let's trade. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Howard, be careful. Must be the trunk. What the? What the hell? What the? Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Arwado, Mr. Arwado! Gina, quickly! Hello, carriage! Bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. Very bad dog. Oh, Mr. Hardo. Are you alright? Mr. Sato. Ah, conscious again at last. Bless relief, my dear fellow. After all, to trap death after moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is it? What is the reason seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Is that they had no eyes? So that's the compress of a sugar water. Sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's the first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take the tea with you feeling up to it. Well, of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh. The palm of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Hehe. Whenever you feel ready, then. I'm ready. Did. What the hell? What the? What the hell? Ketchup? Ketchup? What the hell is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? No, it's an old German folk song. A rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Who's the guy there? Iris. Iris, what's the matter? Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir, I do apologize for the troubling you whilst you were singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing Bruh. Oh no, does this mean this song? Oh no, it's the time, isn't it? Reunion full. Okay, reunion. I think I have an idea who that guy is. Oh, you don't like this? Well, I'm not a huge fan, to be honest. To be completely honest, it's cool, but come on. I just want to get to the trial. Alright, I think I know who that guy is then. probably is this. No, not this guy. He's He's probably the true John H. Wilson. Iris' father. She's turned as far as shit. For sure, but I wonder who the guy John H. Wilson who died in Japan then is. Could be, it could be somebody else, random guy too. Because usually you are instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to me glad where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. Oh. Topic 1, a man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman of nationality clear that he's a German with no grasp of the English language. German, huh? As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his come on, and his apparent inability to understand when when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly written warping is revealed by the herbal tea. You will offer our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of delation. Now, to the next question. Stop this German song! Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself thoroughly of the tea? This happens a number of years ago now. Instead of gentleman of German origin, I engaged my services in something like particularly delicate case. German song? Best song! Number 1? Number 1. In a mask? The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. That is the mask of Kazuma word. The King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Alright, routine 2. The King of Germany. Girls. Silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But you apparently in inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. £5 note, I believe I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you have allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. Now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You attempted to abscond with that coffee cup? My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that his high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to a sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via government church channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. I can't be the King of Germany with this. Oh. Oh.
Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl.
He's wrong. Your reason is entirely without isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And another thing, Mr. Sholmes. Another grievance, Mr. Narhodo, surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the king of Germany, it was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true, Master Gods. The prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor effort to yourself. It could easily become quite a scandal. Really, Mr. Narhodo? Alright. Yep, my turn. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Bum, 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 bum. First, we consider this German nationality clearly. Okay, where is this? Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Alright, irritating warping. Okay, so what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? No, goodness. Alright. So long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. I suspect that answer lies at the end of Iris' gaze.
Take that!
That one for sure. The reason for the man's mildly returning warping is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Somebody, please close it off. The music's... The music seems to have stopped now. I asked you, Mr. Narhodo. Yes? Why would I have first such a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? But never mind, I'm with the deduction. Actually, is the gentleman availing himself so of the city. Although we already established that it wasn't actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Trump's intends to present it was his Germany theory for some reason. Continuing, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gods, the boy whom you had in tears. Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do, well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we all know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asoki. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. It is now in simple manner to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance to gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Oh. Wait, it's our father? Wait, it's Mikotoba? Oh my god, it was Mikotoba, bruh. Well, my bad. I'm afraid, Mr. Sato. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. That mustache, it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor. It's my unconscious father, Yuji Mikotoba. Holy shit. Logic and reasoning, or just looking insane. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Okay, let's see here. It's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris' knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money. The big encounter is in coin form. I know I'm not even sure if you've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all happy. Anyway, father would never have paid money for her Irish silence. Still, he seems like the silent type himself though, judging by his birth and state. Must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying to so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. Oh? I can... Metal chest.
Take that!
Okay. Yes, the reason for your neatness is concealed inside the matte metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon close inspection, there's something different about the chest appearances. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Apparently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. A simple enough matter to decide you to speak, I'm sure. We need to open this chest. Here we go. No, hurry, don't. What the? Oh. Okay, oh. It's okay.
Got him!
That's how. That's how. Oh. That is how. So you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth. It's here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... It's somewhat different to usual dance of introduction if you perform with Mr. Shomi, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... I mean, you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before. It's subtle. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Skirt. Oh, key.
Take that!
The key for the box. Yes, the reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Jones was thrown into the air before. Just before you call out to try to stop him, you slip something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest. You're so clever, Bruno. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Shum's graphic demonstrations, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotoba has also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. Those guys. Land sprawl under the city. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? The cup of tea, and above all, how would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one real explanation. A clear and real unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, thrown into the land neatly on his face when it fell back down. No shot! Teacup's journey through the air and when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger? No. You mean to say that that stylish scarf? It's actually just tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Wow. Mikotoba. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Punchy puzzle? Punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Objection? An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. In the final act of the act, but if in the final act of the show, there you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, you would cast your mind back to my early deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look of her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever the great secret is, the cat isn't out the back yet. Speak to you again. You will attempt to this. Okay. He came back with it. It's really a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. What the? Case file.
Take that!
You were attempted to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited the Scotland Yard autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Curry informed us that the autopsy report of Klein Van Zieks had gone missing. Klein Van Zieks, yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! Forgive me. To hide the case file. Deduction complete. Elementary. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. Ugh, I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something that I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing. Your father's writing? What do you mean? What do you really mean? Iris? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the city has been somewhat forgotten. Father? Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Naruto, yes. Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable and feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I? No. I can manage alone, thank you. You have the to enjoy. You would want Iris brew to stew. Brew to stew, you say? Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was a deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together kept inside that metal chest. That's right, Harry told me, you see. He said that daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what daddy must be like. But that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age though. But there's one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name was anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day, that's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two, probably I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Even worse, I was told that was the first time and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So I decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the current case with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same, it was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned the Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I have called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories of all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. They said to there and then that I have to write the adventure of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. You can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now, and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Corinne to apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look at it after it for you until we get there. Okay, let's see. Cleveland 6 male, natural British, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicate of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Okay, ink. What evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy were correct to Inspector Correction for proceeding so dodgedly for autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Okay. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth is the matter, Sister Sato? You have turned as white as a sheet? It's the autopsy report, Mr. Naruto. The one from 10 years ago. The writing. Isn't that the reason at all? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing. It's my father's? What the fuck is going on now? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed. It's true, and now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. Manga him? What does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago, it is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Oh, of course. He was assisting in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled in the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the writing of Dr. Wilson in the report would be his signature at the end. I see, so Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. But a complicated situation. Think about it. Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the Adventure of Herlock Sholmes written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact, what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you come straight to the point, I see. Please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. Other side of the world? But if this autopsy report and the records of all of your old cases were penned by the same pen, if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Misusato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last? What the fuck? You have finally grasped the art of deduction? You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Oh my god. Professor Mikotoba. Fuck you. Does this mean? See, now this is the scene worth it. Oh, big worth it. That you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. Must say though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. Just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Rents are ridiculously high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings in their expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callous fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. And in the last year Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you have become rather familiar yourself. The professor killings. After the trial, Seisho and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. It's just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shom's famous partner? Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I am very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is... You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Oh, of course, I almost forgot about that one. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Did he? Did he? No, don't tell me, Mikotoba. Did you bang another woman while in England? In London? That all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Is that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you. Upon my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderful as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. No, for your father grasped the art of deduction. What? Oh no, does it mean... Oh, you have a sister though, Susato. What you have always told me, father. Since my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. You left me in grandmother's care as you embarked on huge study tour of Britain. And I always accepted that. But, all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato's son's eyes cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really. You got the wrong idea. End of mistake. Sholmes, say something, man. Say something, man. That's quite enough, my fair fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Did he get all dressed up? Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, it's that not obvious. My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, we must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visited our home after 10 long years. When I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. Gotcha. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I have no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely. Susato. Sending the great detective and his great partner up on a renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for today. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth.
The truth.
And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
To be continued. Oh, the end? Wait, that's the end of the episode? Oh my god, we made it. We made it. We made it. End. Oh my god, that's how you end? Oh my god, what a cliffhanger, huh? Oh my, final, the result of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Trial Part 1. Oh my god. We made it. We made it. Looks like tomorrow will be a finale. Finale, Spirit. It is finale. Seems like a good place to end the stream. Yeah, I am planning to. It's getting super late. 10 hours already. Oh my god. It's getting super late. 10-hour stream. Because, yeah. It's been a while since my room has been this dark, hasn't it? Summer is still here, but it's this dark. Oh my god. But yeah. Yeah. That will be all for today. Before I go. Any idea who killed Gregson? Any idea who killed Gregson? Absolutely no idea. To be honest, I have no idea now. There's no suspect. I don't have any suspect. I thought, the Mr. V kill, was it? V kill was, but I guess not. Or the woman, the firework lady, but it wasn't her too. So right now, I don't have any suspect at all. To be completely honest, I have zero suspect who could kill Gregson at this point. but I don't think I had much more than you do at this point. Oh. But oh my god, who could have killed him? No clue, no clue, no clue. But tomorrow, we'll find out. Tomorrow, we'll find who it was who killed Gregson. Or all those 4 people, Ashin, Assassin, was it Assassin? Gregson, Keisuke. But Keisuke is alive right now, but... And then Dr. John H. Wilson. But yeah, I wish you all a happy Tuesday. I'll see you guys tomorrow for finale of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And who knows? If I manage to finish this game early, we might start the next game, which was the Quarry. Yeah, the Quarry will be up next tomorrow. So yeah, peace out. See you around, Spirit. La la, bye bye.